morning, and out to the Charlotte City Council, July 17, 2020. What is today? 20. What year is 2023? For our zoning meeting today. I want to call this meeting to order. I believe we have almost every council member in, and others will be joining us at some point. I want to begin with introductions, and we'll start with our city attorney.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening, Dante Anderson, District 1.
Tom Picard, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Billy Times, Deputy City Clerk.
All right. Thank you all for joining us, whether you're in attendance in the Government Center or watching us on the city's channel or on, what is the other one that we have? YouTube as well. So thank you. We begin our meeting with an expression of inspiration followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. We do this with respect to those of you who may not choose to have a faith and so participate as you need to. So tonight we're going to ask our Mayor Pro Tem to give us his words that he would come as he sees, and then following that, if you choose to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Thank you. I just take a few moments to speak to all you out there in the audience, all of us behind the dais and the table, as a reminder of the incredible responsibility and privilege it is to participate actively in our democracy. I started my journey almost 7 years ago. Like many of you are sitting in this audience right now, trying to find a way to make my community better. In a week where many of us around this dais will once again file for office. Some folks out in the community will file for office. I would just be remiss if I didn't get the opportunity to again remind us about the struggle that has gone into creating this precious and fragile system of self-governance. And I wish upon all of my colleagues, all of you out there who may continue to come and participate, all those that are watching that may one day run for office or participate in a campaign or sign up to speak at a zoning meeting. I wish unto all of us peace and blessings as we again continue to enjoy the privilege and responsibility to be self-governed and participate in our democracy in any way and form that we can. Thank you.
All right. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin our meeting, I wanted to say a few words about the loss of Roth Neal, former publisher of the Charlotte Observer. When you come in and around our city, you see it as it stands today. It's vibrant, attracting people from across the nation. However, we have to remember that there was a group of people that came before us that helped make this city what it is today, who shaped it. And we are one of those visionary leaders who shaped our city during the 1960s and 70s was Roth Neal. We owe Roth a great deal of gratitude because his contributions to our community and at the Charlotte Observer made a tremendous impact on who we are today. There are countless stories that attest to Roth's profound influence in Charlotte. I had the privilege of experiencing his mentorship on 2 memorable occasions. As a young woman that had just come to Charlotte from Columbia, South Carolina, a little town down the road, Roth, then publisher of the Charlotte Observer, graciously invited me to tour their newsroom. Whether he saw it as an investment or simply an opportunity to demonstrate the importance of having a vision for our city's future, I will always cherish that experience and the belief that he instilled in me that I could play a meaningful role in the city. Another special memory is when Roth sent me one of his meticulously crafted laminated headlines from the Charlotte Observer upon me winning my first election as mayor. This is a gift that I've kept for a very long time and cherish. Roth's legacy will continue to inspire generations to come, and we're grateful for his dedication to building a prosperous and inclusive Charlotte. So to the family, we know that he has gone through a great life, and for that, we are really want to say to him, farewell and goodbye, but what you've done in the past will always be remembered. Thank you very much. So now we'll proceed to our business agenda, and what I would like to do is go through an explanation of the zoning process, which begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. We have two types of items on our agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases for which a public hearing has previously been held will have no further public comment. Hearings, if anyone is wishing to speak, is asked to see the city clerk or the deputy clerk before the start of our hearing, or now if you have not. And what we will do in the case of hearings, we will have the presentation. We'll have a presentation with the staff, and the staff has time to walk through the reviews that they've done. And then the petitioner and those in favor will get 3 minutes combined to present their case, unless there are opponents that are signed up to speak, or if there's staff opposition, and we have both of those tonight. We have some petitions that we've had individuals in the audience sign up to speak, as well as some staff opposition ones. In that case, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponent gets 10 minutes, and the petitioner has a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff provides a short presentation, the public hearing is closed, and the next public hearing is open. The petition then goes to the zoning committee of the planning commission for review. And now I'd like to introduce Doug Welton, chair of the zoning committee, to introduce the members of his group as well as the schedule that they have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Douglas Welton. I am the chairman of the zoning committee of the planning commission. Joining me tonight are our fellow members of the committee as well: Will Russell, Terry Lansdale, Shauna Neely, Clayton Seeley, Rick Winokur, and Rebecca Wilden. The zoning committee will meet on Tuesday, August 1st at 5:30 p.m. and on Thursday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m. At these meetings, the zoning committee will discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing here tonight. The public is welcome to those meetings, but please note, it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us and provide input. You can find contact information and information on each petition on the city's website, charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welton. Did you introduce the members of your committee? Okay.
Yep, they're all here.
Not here.
Mostly.
Thank you very much. Now, since the agenda has been published, there have been some changes that are deferrals and withdrawals. Mr. Pettin is going to go through those items and in one motion. If the staff would accept those, then if the council would accept those, then we'll proceed. Mr. Pettin?
Thank you. We do have several decisions that were deferred and one withdrawn, and then several hearings as well that are requesting deferral. I'll go through the list, and then y'all can take action either collectively or individually. First is item number 5, 2022-177, Appaloosa Real Estate has been requested for withdrawal. Item number 6, 2021-198 by Nest Home Communities requesting a deferral to August 21st. Item 7, 2021-209, Coastal Acquisition Entity requesting a deferral of decision to August 21st. Item 8, 2022-048 by Tribute Companies requesting a deferral to August 21st. Item 9, Providence Group Capital, that's 2022-060, also a deferral to August 21st. Item 10, 2022-099 by Levine Properties requesting a deferral of decision to August 21st. Item 11, Urban Trends Real Estate Incorporated, 2022-109. Item 12, 2022-134 by Musin Muhammad II. Item 13, 2022-147 by South Park Towers Property Company. Item 14, 2022-156 by Greystar Development East LLC. Item 15, 2022-160 Pendler Development LLC. Item 16, 2022-193 by the Brown Group Incorporated. All of those are decisions requesting deferral till August 21st. For the hearings, we have item 19, 2022-076, and item 20, 2022-092, both by Sam's Mart, requesting a deferral to August 21st of the hearing. Item 21, 2022-079, item 22, 2022-096, item 45, 2022-218 by Madame E. Holmes, and item 52, 2023-019. All of those are hearings requesting a deferral to our August 21st, 2023 meetings. That's all of them.
All right, do I have a motion to defer the petitions as presented by the staff to you?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like item number 5 pulled for a separate vote, please.
All right, item number 5 would be pulled for a separate vote. All right, any other discussion?
Mayor,
Ms. Mayfield?
thank you. I have a question for number 17.
Petition 17? It's not, is 17 on the list of deferrals or withdrawals?
No, it's not.
It's just on for a regular decision.
It's not.
Okay, so you're okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, is there any discussion about pulling item 5? Any discussion? Hearing none?
Discussion.
All in favor of those the petitions presented by the staff for deferral, please raise your hands.
Except item 5.
Except for item 5, yes. All right, that's unanimous.
Move to approve consent items 3 and 4.
All right. Okay, I have to read
I did not
something
hear
here.
what he said.
All right, I know. We're going to go to the next part of this is
Deferred 5.
we have a process where we have consent agenda items, and these are items number 3, item 3, and item 4, which may be considered in one motion except unless a pull by a council member for a separate vote. Please note that these petitions meet the following criteria. They had no public opposition to the petition at the hearing. The zoning committee recommended approval, and there are no changes to the zoning committee's recommendation. Staff recommends approval. Is there agreement? Is there a motion to approve consent items?
Move to approve 3 and 4.
Petitions. Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
I had a question for his staff. For both, it's the same question for both items. I'm just verifying. Are both of these multifamily projects, are these both market rate? Has it been identified as far as any conversation?
Are we allowed to use market rate to ask that question about market rate for a petition?
Or a petition?
The market rate should not be a consideration for a land use decision.
So I can ask the question, or I'm not supposed to use it for consideration?
You shouldn't use it for consideration.
Okay. Not my question, but okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I have
Okay.
a question.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, this is a question for staff. For the 2022-084, there was some concern about historic designation. Do you have any information on that?
Which petition are you on?
2022-084.
Item number 3.
Item 3. All right, let's go to item 3.
Let me go back and take a look in the file. I do believe there was some initial concerns about historic landmark, but I believe that's been since withdrawn. I know the petitioner may be able to weigh in on that a little bit more, but I don't believe that there's any additional pursuit or consideration by HLC for that property to be designated.
That's my understanding also. I just wanted that on the record. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? Hearing no further comments, all in favor of the consent items, petition 2022-084 and petition 2022-187. All in favor of the approval, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed to it? Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we have, prior to the vote on each of the petitions, we have several petitions that have changes that come because after the zoning committee vote have occurred, and council is required to determine whether or not to send the petition back to the zoning committee for further review, and it requires unless a 3/4 vote of council members are present, determines that it's the nature of the modification is not such that a future review is necessary. So we have on this one, item 18. Would you like to take, Dave, do you want us to take 18 on the changes, and then go to the actual petition discussion?
Well, we just did 3 and
18.
4. I think 5 was the one that was pulled.
No, I'm asking him whether or not, because this is the only one with the changes.
Yeah, we can go
That's the
through.
question. Do you want to get that out of the
18.
way?
Thank you.
If that's the desire, council, we can
Would
certainly
you-
do it that way, or we can jump to item 5
Is the council
now.
willing to do the item 18 in it now? Let's go to item 18. That way we'll not have any further requests for any kind of other change. So let's go to item petition, rezoning petition 2022-152 by Venroy Reed, located approximately 8/10 of an acre on the southeast side of Charmek Lane, north of Monroe Road on Sun Wendover. It's in District 5. The current zoning, 18. Item
What happened to
18.
17?
Move to not send 18 back.
All right, we have a motion,
Did we hear
motion.
what the changes are?
We are going to hear what the changes are. So the current zoning and the zoning committee recommended 5-1 to approve this. Staff recommends approval. So, Mr. Pettin, would you go through the changes in the
Sure.
item?
Following the zoning committee meeting, there was some conversation at the meeting about outdoor entertainment. The petitioner did commit and add a note stating that all music and entertainment would take place in the outdoor seating and dining area of the restaurant on the patio. So that was an addition that was made following the zoning committee vote. We did discuss it at the zoning committee meeting, but they did formalize that, and that's what's in front of us this evening. Staff doesn't feel that that's a change that would warrant going back to zoning committee, since they were part of the impetus for bringing that condition forward.
All right, is there a motion to send this, or to not send this back to the zoning
Move to
committee?
not send back. Second.
We have a motion and a second not to send it back. Ms. Watlington?
I just want to make sure I'm clear. This is saying that all the music and the noise is going to be on the outside?
Confined to the patio area of the restaurant. So there was a concern from the community about this potentially having a stage built, having music and entertainment in the parking lot.
Okay.
So this brings it down to just the area that would be designated as a patio outside, similar to other restaurants you see, but it wouldn't allow it to be on a standalone stage or in the parking lot for a music festival of some type that just confines it all to one space.
But this is allowed within the zoning. Suppose 10 years from now, somebody forgot that someone wrote this.
Correct. Yeah, it would run with the property, whether this petitioner is the owner, or if it's 10 years from now, it would still be a condition of zoning that could be enforced.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Pettin, can you describe this neighborhood that you're talking about, this petition, and how many houses are in this area?
There are some single-family on the other side of Charmek Lane that are on, let me find out what the name of the road is again, can't remember it off the top of my head, Crater Street. So there are some properties whose backyard would then, the front of this property would look into the backyards of Crater Street, and then we do have some multifamily townhomes that are being built on the rear of this property adjacent. That was part of a new development that was approved through a rezoning petition a year or two ago. So there's residential on, either side, front and back, and then towards Monroe Road is where all the business uses along Charmek Lane are.
So is this something that we intend to update as far as a place type in what we consider zoning? So what we're saying right now essentially is that in this 100% residential neighborhood, we're going to allow one of the residents to turn his house into a business as long as he don't play loud music outside. That's what we're saying?
So the place type for most of this frontage on Monroe Road and some of the properties that go down Charmek Lane and some that have frontage on Crater Street are part of the neighborhood center place type, so that would allow EDEs, it would allow retail uses, it could allow residential uses. So the neighborhood center is, one of our less intense activity centers, which is what this area is long-term designated to be. This use would be, an EDE use along with some other uses that would be allowed in B2, but there's a pretty strong list of prohibited uses that get it a little bit closer to, getting away from the auto-dependent uses that are found in B2 and getting them more conducive to that neighborhood center outcome that the policy map has in place for it.
So are there any existing businesses in this area right now
There are,
that approximate to this residential neighborhood where the house is going to be turned into a business?
So there is one use that's on Crater Street in Monroe that backs up to the houses on Crater, but there aren't any that go this far down Charmeck Lane. This is like the last parcel down that private drive.
Madam Mayor, I would like to, if you would allow me, I'd like to read an email that I recently got from a resident, and I'll read the short version.
I think that I want to make sure on the ruling, because we've already had a hearing, I just want to check in with Ms. Gray, Hegler Gray.
Yeah, we've already had the public hearing. You're allowed to ask questions of the staff and of the petitioner, direct questions before you make your decision.
Okay.
But
So there was an email sent today from a resident, just today, about this. And my pause is with relation to there being a complete resolution between then and now that says that it seems completely like way off scale. Is it that this one resident is now confirmed and this is something that we're willing to update and say yes to?
Which there have been a lot of emails on this questions. I don't recall a particular one this afternoon, which.
Okay, so there was one today, and since I can't read it to you, I can't really describe it to you because I can't read it to you. So I'm reluctant to say yes to this at this moment because I don't know where the residents in my district sit on this. So right now, as it stands, based on what I know and what has come to me and what's been brought to me with with regards to the people who are in that district, I need to get comfortable before I say yes, because right now I'm an absolute no. So if it helps for it to go back to zoning so that we can continue to have these conversations and make sure that this is 100% secure before we vote on it as a council,
right,
then that's fine, but I'm not prepared to vote on it right now.
So we've got two.
Voted on not to send it back.
Yeah, we've got two kind of steps right now. Right now, we're considering the change after zoning committee, which would be a vote to not send it back. If we don't send it back to zoning committee, then we would then take action on the petition. And that could be if the desire is to get more information and have more time to talk through it. Deferral is always an option that the council can take. There's obviously you can deny the petition at that point, but if it's to try to get more time to work some of these items out, then a deferral is probably the best route to go to allow petitioner and neighborhood to continue to work through some of the items. We did request some additional clarification on some conditions that the community had asked for, and we have not received a reply on some of those as well. So again, all of this is the petitioner has to agree and consent to the conditions, and if they don't choose to incorporate them, then that's when the legislative decision of the council comes into play, and you have to weigh what was provided and what wasn't, and whether or not that's satisfactory. At this point, if there's more questions than answer, then the options are deferral or denial of the petition. But right now, we're just talking about not sending this particular change back, and then we would take action on the actual petition after that.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin, because what we're doing now is saying whether or not you want to send it back. The other options, as Mr. Pettin was describing, will be in the next motion on the petition. Do you have any further, Ms. Molina?
No, I'm
All right,
done.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes. So to not muddy water here, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to defer this because there are still outstanding concerns, clearly based on District Council Member Molina's comment. I think what email that she's referring to, we all received, especially around restaurant and outdoor music and entertainment in a residential neighborhood. And there are quality of life concerns, especially for neighbors that live right next door. And I think we got to be mindful of that. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to
We just
defer
got,
this.
guys, we just
We
got
have a motion on,
I already made a
we have
motion
a
to
motion
defer
on the
it.
floor
Oh, my God.
to not send it back to the zoning committee, and that motion has not been acted on.
We already had that motion and seconded.
Yes, but
Oh.
you, in the discussion, so let's go to the motion of not sending it back to the zoning committee first. All in favor of not sending it back to the zoning committee, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. I think everyone, Ms. Mayfield, are you opposed to sending it back?
Yeah.
Okay, we have one in opposition, and the remaining council members did not send it back. Now, let's go to the,
You just voted against yourselves.
No, I just made a motion to defer it now that it's not going back to the committee.
we had to come, wait, we had a motion on the floor. You said you'd like to make a motion to defer it, and I said, let's handle the first motion, and now we're ready for
The second.
motion. A second motion, yes.
So, do I need to make it again, or?
Yes, there needs to be
Okay,
a motion
I make a
on the,
motion to defer this rezoning petition 2022-152.
all right, we have a motion to defer,
Should we go back to 7?
and
I'll second it.
there's a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Winston?
Yes, I don't really see why we would defer this. Honestly, I don't see why we would reject this proposal, this petition. The neighbors' concerns are less about a land use issue and more about a noise ordinance issue. The petitioner has made notes that would limit the amount of time that noise could be made on this property, where that noise could be made. By deferring or rejecting this, you are taking away any types of concessions. So the neighbors who are concerned about noise would have no kinds of concessions made and no protections about the noise. The fact of the matter is, noise can be made at this property right now. Noise will be able to be made at this property in the future. So in a lot of senses, by deferring this and or denying this petition, we're working against the constituents who want some type of protection from the noise. I don't know if there is going to be any further room outside of disallowing the ability to make noise on this property, which doesn't seem like is a possibility. So I think this is one of the situations where sometimes we might be professing that we're trying to work with the community, but the community is actually arguing against itself in actuality. So this has been on our desk for many months now. I've had some conversations myself with the community members. I've had conversations with the petitioner, conversations with staff. This does seem like that there is a common ground approach forward. Again, I'm just not sure why we would continue to kind of push this down the road.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
So a couple of things, and I look at this one very similar to some of the issues that I see in Wilmore. And I do think there is a component of land use just because of how the noise ordinance is enforced, being that it has to be a particular distance away, at a particular decibel level. And as I think about some of the things that we're trying to implement to alleviate some of Wilmore residents' issues, they go back to what's allowed on the property in proximity to the housing. So I do think that I do think it's a land use discussion as it relates to the compatibility with nearby uses. I do want to make sure that I'm clear because I think I heard it said that this property can already make noise and we would somehow lose concessions by deferring. I just want to make sure I understand what are the circumstances here. Today I see office and N1C versus what would be essentially a district that would enable a restaurant with music and entertainment.
This really gets into hours of operation, I think, till 8:30 p.m. which is more restrictive than what, like, a current noise ordinance, I think, runs to 10 or 11. So we've got restricted hours of operation, restricted hours of when that entertainment can occur, which in any by right scenario, those don't exist. Those just then fall further to later hours or noise ordinance provisions. So I think that's where that conversation of what could happen now versus what's in the conditional notes is a little bit, like I said, the conditional notes add more restrictions on when those times can be. So even if somebody would be allowed to do it till 10 or 11 by right, this would only allow that till 8:30 on certain nights and so on. So that's where it gets to be a little bit more dialed in and restrictive than just a by right type of scenario. And even if the property isn't zoned, for all the uses that could potentially have music or anything else, there's still the opportunity for folks to just, have some type of outdoor party or entertainment on their property and not have to, adhere to these hours of operation by right. So as Mayor Pro Tem said, it does get us to a point where we can know what those expected outcomes are as far as noise and outdoor entertainment, music in that area.
Thank you. That, I can understand that. So what I'm hearing is you might have somebody having a quinceañera up until 1 o'clock in the morning once a year versus people playing music as part of a restaurant establishment 3 nights a week. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of, I don't think that's an even trade, especially when I think about our enforcement mechanism being our police officers, because I know how few resources we have in Wilmore and other areas that are specific to entertainment, because essentially the only recourse the neighbors have is to call officers to come out and try to do a report out or a reading, and that just hasn't been deemed effective. So I say all that to say, I want to be clear. I guess my question is for the motion maker, what would change between today and a deferred date? What are you looking to accomplish in the meantime?
And that question is for
Ms. Edgemere.
Ms. Edgemere.
Yeah, so really this gives an opportunity to district council member to continue to negotiate with the petitioner to see what hours would community be comfortable with and what hours would petitioner be willing to accommodate. I think it's just additional time to continue the negotiation. Clearly, there has been progress that's been made, but I'd like to really let the district council member continue to negotiate here.
Whatever your pleasure.
Well, I think, and thank you for that, Dr. Watlington, I think you bring up an amazing point, right? I listen to, and think about it, this is a very small area. It is a dead-end street, right? Even in our notes, it says that there is a concern about the traffic pattern. Right now, you got a few people going home on a dead-end street. If you open that up to a restaurant with outside facility, now you got a jammed-up dead-end street with people who live on that dead-end street not being able to go in or out. Now that we had a resident stand here and say that he could feel the music in his chest. We all heard it, sitting in his living room. That is ridiculous, right? So I'm thinking about this from a few perspectives. A precedent, I wouldn't want my neighbor to decide because they own their house that they now want to open a restaurant, because now my neighborhood and the composition of my neighborhood is going to change dramatically. And I think, if it's not where, staff has anything to stop that yet, or we don't have anything that says consistently that what we're going, which we don't, right? We still got work, we got a lot of work to do. But this is another one of those, what I feel to be outliers in that, our residents that are approximate to this very small area have spoken to us. And I feel like it, me in particular, because it's the residents that voted for me, I have a responsibility to speak up on their behalf. And it broke my heart to read one of the last emails, because the resident was really like crying out to us saying, I don't understand this process, but I know what I see, I know what I feel, here is how I describe it. And so it is my job to then take that, transcribe it, and use what we know to best assist them as best as we can. And so that's, if there is any justice in allowing this to go forward, it is to put absolute definite restrictions on this and see if the neighborhood even has an appetite for it. But from the emails that I've read and from the correspondence that I've had with them, it seems as though if I could read the email, I'd show you the language where one of them actually described feeling like they were being bullied, right? And so I feel like that's an unfair position to put our residents in when they're, dealing directly with someone who knows this process a lot better than they do, to feel as though they're being pressured into a decision.
So we've had speakers on the motion for deferral. Any further comment? Hearing none. All in favor of a deferral to send this back for additional review of conditions, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3.
It's going to fail. It's got to be unanimous, right?
So, no, it's not unanimous. Any, all of those opposed?
Is not to defer. Not to send it back.
No, this is deferral.
To defer.
Thank you.
All in favor of deferral, please raise your hand.
Again?
Yes, because I wasn't sure that Ms. Mayfield
I was not
was
listening.
not there. All right, anyone opposed? Mr. Winston's opposed, and Ms. Mayfield is opposed. All right, thank you very much. That takes care of item 18, and there are no others that had a request to go back to the zoning committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, now, let's go ahead and begin to start with our zoning. All right, I know. Item number 5. Where is 5? Item 4, item 5. Rezoning petition 2022-099 by Levine Properties. The petitioner is requesting a deferral to August 21, 2023. This is, I'm sorry, on 10. My gosh, so sorry. I thought that was it. 7-6. Here we are. Item number 5, petition 2022-177 by Appaloosa Real Estate Partner. The petitioner has withdrawn this petition.
Motion to deny the withdrawal.
Second.
We have a motion to deny the withdrawal, made by Ms. Johnson, second by Ms. Mayfield. Any other? All right, I recognize Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for staff. Dave, can you describe or advise council and the public what is the impact of denying a petition?
Terry, is that something you want to?
Is this a denial to,
She's saying
denying a petition to be withdrawn? That's what we're going to.
Well, no, I know that, but my question is, well, I was asking Dave Pettin the impact of denying a petition.
Leading the witness.
I think we're going to go with the attorney. All right, we're going to go with Ms. Gray.
There's if a petition is denied, there is a 2-year blackout period unless it falls within an exception where the council can vote to allow a resubmission if it falls within certain criteria in the ordinance.
And the criteria is what?
The criteria, I can read them for you. One of these 4, a similar or more intensive change in zoning of an adjacent property, a change in policy related to how the site should be developed, new infrastructure that can accommodate the intensity proposed, and other substantial change in conditions or circumstances that justifies the waiver of the 2-year restriction on resubmittal.
Okay, so I've been doing some research on this for over a month now, and it's my understanding from staff that the 2-year block just limits the density that can be developed on that land. Is that correct?
Well, it's not as clear because you're now under the UDO. So this petition was filed under the old or legacy zoning ordinance. And then so if you vote on it tonight, they will get a reclassification. They would have gotten a reclassification to an old zoning district. and the old zoning ordinance had language about the hierarchy of zoning classifications. However, the UDO does not have that language, and a resubmittal would be governed by the UDO because you can no longer ask for an old zoning district.
So the UDO does not have the language that limits the density.
About hierarchy, asking for another classification.
Okay. Okay, so I know that denial of a withdrawal is unusual, but it's not illegal or unprecedented. So the residents are asking for a denial of this withdrawal so that we can deny the petition. And I serve at the pleasure of those residents, and I'm going to be making that request. I also did some research, and this council, this body, has denied 3 petitions since 2019. So I think we as a council should be willing to send a message that we're willing to listen to the residents, and if there is a way that allows us to strategically manage the growth in a particular area, especially that of Mallard Creek, adjacent to a single-family neighborhood, and can help to maintain quality of life, I'm willing to do that. So I'd like to make a motion to deny the withdrawal and close the discussion.
Substitute motion to accept the withdrawal, to approve the withdrawal.
Okay, do we have a second to the substitute motion?
Do you have a second?
What's the substitute motion? You do nothing?
What was the
Approve the
second?
withdrawal.
To vote to approve the
Second.
withdrawal. Okay, we have a motion and a second from, I think Mr. Driggs did that as well. All right, so we'll have a discussion. Is there any discussion on the substitute motion?
Other question.
Ms. Molina?
Just for clarity and for the public's understanding, because again, a lot of times we're speaking and they may not understand what we're talking about. So the withdrawal itself is the petitioner saying that they no longer would like to engage. They would no longer like to petition this. And just for clarity, what I'm getting from the district representative is that she wants to ensure that they don't come back right away to, repetition and bring density. I guess I'm asking you, like.
Not just this petitioner, but if there is a way to limit the density at that site, at that location, that is what the residents have asked, and I'm the voice for the people, and I agree. If we can maintain the quality of life in certain areas, and if we're able to, if this is a tool that we have, then I'd like to utilize it, and I'm asking for my colleagues to support that.
So, but they're actually, and I just want to make sure they're actually withdrawing the petition, so they no longer would like to go forward with the petition.
They
So-
already have withdrawn.
They already have withdrawn the
So
petition.
they've withdrawn the petition, and I've asked for clarity from the staff for, again, it's been a while. You all have no idea. You would have thought I'd asked to change the colors of the state flag. The pushback that I'm receiving for requesting to deny a petition. We've had 3 denials in the past 4 years, and it's simple. We're the council, we approve or we deny. Yes, the developer has withdrawn, but I'm seeking to deny in order to limit the development going forward.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, just real quick, just so everyone understands, we have never, in my time here, and I believe probably modern history, nor his, which is modern history, tried to withdraw, tried to vote down what somebody is trying to withdraw away. We may have voted down something 3 times that was gonna not get approval, but never before has that happened. Not to mention that the city attorney has just said this was pre-UDO, which means one of the 4 criteria that would enable somebody to come back and do it anyway is triggered. So it wouldn't actually even accomplish the thing that we've never done. So I would say let's call the question and just move on.
Well, before we do that, we should be factual. And if
Yes,
we've
that's
never
what I
done
just
it,
said.
according to James Mitchell, who's been here longer than anyone.
I'm so sorry.
This has been done before, so it's not
Maybe we should
unprecedented.
check with the staff on the number of times instead of our memories, at least especially my memory. Mr. Patton, do you have any record of how many times we've actually done this?
With a denial of a withdrawal request, not in my tenure here. I know Therese served longer. I don't think we have any recollection collectively among staff that's been here for 20 years. We've denied petitions, absolutely, we've done that. But a request to withdraw a petition, I'm not aware of one.
All right.
Call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem had his hand up before I recognize you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think it is true that elected bodies, legislative bodies, have the ability to create precedent. But I think we also have the ability to create dangerous precedent. Government provides practices and policies that everybody has a right to participate in. And that is what we do here on our rezoning nights, right? Both the petitioner landowners, landholders, as well as neighbors have the ability to work out their differences and participate in the process to hopefully come up to a common ground path forward. And that's exactly what has happened here. The landowners or potential landowners came here with a rezoning, a change in policy, a change in land use to allow something else to be built. There was vociferous objection from the community, as well as staff, and as well as from people behind this dais. And that petitioner could have tried to work for as long as they wanted, waited people out, waited the neighbor out, waited elected people out, but they didn't do that. They said, you know what? We heard the community, we heard the staff, we heard you. We're going to make a tough decision and move together to not do this, and to do something else. And that is an option in our process. That was a common ground path forward. So for us as a body to just decide, hey, we're not going to take that common ground approach. We're going to make a very political, which was said from the dais just now, we're going to make a very political decision based on the voices of a small portion of our community to kind of go above and beyond and kick some extra dirt over a party in this process. That is not something that is a good thing. So I think we should just go ahead and have the common ground approach and approve this withdrawal. It's in the best interest of everybody.
I know that we had a call for the question, and Mr. Mr. Winston had his hand up. So the question is, in our procedures, Ms. Watlington would like to speak to the motion. Is there?
You have to vote to approve a call.
I second the motion to call the question, and we have to vote on that.
We have the motion. So we're speaking to
You
that.
have to vote on that, but everybody gets to, from a procedure standpoint, everybody who would like to speak has a chance to speak before you can even call the question. So the motion was really out of order, per our rules of procedure.
I will withdraw my question, Madam Mayor.
Okay. We have you're withdrawing your motion?
No, to call the question. Just let her talk, and we can just do this.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'll explain to you why what I believe Mr. Winston had said does not apply in this situation. It's because in this one particular situation, the UDO has been enacted in between time. And so the result of withdrawing this petition is not that that council then chooses not to deliberate or compromise. The actual result is that the developer can then by right do something with higher density, which I believe is not in good faith with the conversations that have been happening. If the UDO hadn't been enacted in the meantime, in between time, then what you said would make sense. But in this case, by withdrawing the petition, particularly after the hearing, which then requires a council approval for that very reason that you want people to operate in good faith, if that were to happen tonight, then the developer could by right build with even greater intensity than what the rezoning was there. And so for me, that is an absolute 180-degree departure from the intent of coming to the table, which is why withdrawals are allowed, as I understand it, before the public hearing notice is made. But then when the conversation becomes part of the public's hearing and they have an opportunity to weigh in, it must be approved by council to withdraw, because that's like saying, showing your hand and deciding you don't like what's in the other person's hand and you pull out. And that, for me, is absolutely opposite of what the intent is.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would ask staff, is that an accurate rendition of the policy?
So even denial of a rezoning petition doesn't prevent by right development.
Correct.
So they could develop now under the N1A zoning district, which I believe is what they translate to, which would allow single-family duplex, triplex units, and in some cases, quad units.
Okay, Mayor. You've spoken already.
So did-
Ms. Mayfield, have you spoken?
Not yet.
Yeah, Ms. Mayfield?
I just had a follow-up question to Mr. Patton with what he just said. So, one of the challenges, this is a withdrawal after the hearing. That's a different conversation. That's a precedent. If we were to move forward and this withdrawal was denied, now that we have new language that has been implemented, would they be able to submit a whole new proposal and start all over under a new proposal if this petition withdrawal, because we're just saying for this petition number, 2022-177, would that preclude them from starting the process all over with a new petition number?
A new petition could be submitted. If it was just withdrawn, that would go through the same process that we've just gone through, community meetings, public hearings, zoning committee. So that would just essentially start the process over.
All over again.
But it would have to go through that same legislative consideration by
So
council.
for clarification, it is only, regardless of what happens, it is only a conversation for this petition number, whether or not we will support the withdrawal. But have we had a period where we've received withdrawals after the hearing? Like tonight, we went through a number of deferrals and withdrawals. Do we receive a lot of withdrawals after the hearings?
We get a mix of both, some that come in before, some that come in after the hearing. A lot of times the petitioner, in the case similar to this, will realize that their petition doesn't really have a good shake to get approved, and they decide they don't want to maintain. You have to also think about the contractual obligations between petitioner and property owner. A lot of those are contingent on a rezoning being approved. If they know that that's not going to be the outcome, they start that process with the property owner of also saying, hey, I've got to get out of this obligation, which is something else you have to factor into this type of decision. There's other parties than just the petitioner that are involved, and that's part of the reason why they may also see it because that contract may not be able to be carried out in some way. It may not have to do anything with public opposition. It may just be the project isn't financially feasible and they need to think about another route, and they decide to withdraw the petition. That may come after the hearing. It could also come after zoning committee. We've seen that as well. So they come in different times throughout the process, but that's...
So thank you for that clarification, because I wanted to make sure that I was remembering correctly that this process can come at any time.
Correct.
During the process, but also at the end of the day, council has the ability to either vote in support or vote against any motion that comes before us, and that is the
Correct.
conversation we're having right now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Okay, thank you.
Let's close it up for us.
Okay, I will. So Dave, and we met in June regarding this. I asked for clarification in writing, and I would say that I just got a clear answer today at 4:30. And I told the residents when you asked for this, the pushback that I'm receiving for this is just unbelievable. So I'm fighting for you all. I want you all to know that, because these are engaged and informed residents, and this is what they're asking for. It's not political. I agree that we should be strategic and that multifamily does not just go anywhere. We don't just plop it down and pray that it works. You all know I feel like that. So as far as council having the ability to approve or deny, whether or not anyone else remembers it, but with Councilmember Mitchell, which I trust, we do have the ability. Moving forward, the UDO and this is one thing I've learned in this process, the UDO removes the ability for council to vote on a withdrawal after the public hearing. So
No, it does. It still maintains that.
So that's not what I was told by you all. Help me out, okay?
It still maintains, it says
Wait.
that if a withdrawal is requested, it's a very similar language. If it comes in before the public hearing, that just goes through staff. There's really no need for council action at that point because it hasn't gone through public hearing. After that time, the city council shall decide whether to allow the withdrawal. It says on the date scheduled for the hearing whether to allow the withdrawal. We've had a lot of conversation. I think part of the reason that we were slow in getting some of that information is we're in a little bit of uncharted territory with this. We've also realized that our ordinances are a little bit unclear in how that process works. So I think that's been a good, tough lesson for us to learn from all of this. And I would anticipate we want to consider looking back at that and making some clarification on it. But for now, that's where it is. And there's really not any change from the UDO language to now. I was just trying to finish up. Thank you.
Sorry, okay. And, well, I will say that that's what the city attorney told me, that the UDO changes the ability for us to vote on the withdrawal after the public hearing. So, Tari, you can comment if you like. Is that correct?
It's accurate that there's language that has been removed from the UDO that was available in the zoning ordinance that dealt with withdrawals, and so it makes the language in the UDO less clear about what can happen with withdrawals.
And we can address that later. As far as 2022-177, now, I am asking to deny the withdrawal. And again, I told the residents, the discussion and the controversy, because I want to deny a petition, is just unbelievable. The public accuses us of rubber stamping, and this is the kind of pushback that you get when you want to deny a petition. I stand on my motion. I know there's a substitute motion on the floor, so move to close.
Deputy Clerk, can you read the motion that's on the floor?
The substitute.
The substitute
The
motion.
substitute motion by Winston, second by Bakari, was to accept the withdrawal.
All right, so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Substitute motion?
The substitute motion.
to
1,
accept the
2,
withdrawal.
3,
Guys, come on.
4, 5.
Actually, you got 6.
All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Uh-oh.
You got a tie.
Well.
Well, I'm going to say this. I just got a briefing on this today. I obviously have not had the opportunities that everyone has had. When I look at this, I want to say this. I want to make sure, Tari, you've got me right. All right, this is what I understand, is that if we deny this today, it would be the first time that we've actually overruled a denial that in your 20 years experience.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the second thing that I was told is that if it is denied, that they could come back under the UDO and apply and start the process all over again, which would be like next week, if they chose to do that.
Correct. They could come back. Of course, the council has to make a determination about whether to allow a resubmission if it falls within one of those
I'm
criteria.
sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, the council they can make a resubmission, and the council would make a determination about whether it was significant of a change or not, or fell within one of those other criteria that I read, and you can allow the resubmission.
All right.
But it would have to come back to us.
So they do have to come back to the council
Yes, ma'am.
if denied.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean, let me ask this other question. Is that in the criteria that you've said today, similar, more intense policy, new infrastructure, other changes? Is that the requirement for coming back?
Yes.
And so it is not without definition. It has a definition of what
It's
you have
not
to come
without
back with.
definition. That did not change from the zoning ordinance.
Okay. So if I would support the idea that they should have that criteria, then they have to come back and doing that, that would mean that it would be denying the petition as it is today.
Yes.
Say that again.
Wait a minute, let me ask.
I'm making sure I'm hearing you, the
Okay.
question you're asking.
If, the question that I'm asking, if there is the criteria that you have given me that says you have to come back to the council with similar, more intense policy, infrastructure changing, is that accurate under the denial? If we,
If you, this, right now, you're, right now,
haven't they already denied,
No,
withdrawn the petition?
no, right now, you would be,
I know what we're
there's,
voting on,
Okay.
but who asked for the withdrawal? And what is, when they said they were withdrawing it, what did we say to them? Yes?
That's what we're voting on now.
I get that, but I'm
We haven't
asking
told
the
them.
question, when the people sent in the email or whatever and said, the petitioner, the document says the petitioner has withdrawn this petition. What was our response to them? Has the petitioner withdrawn this petition? How did I get this in the book if it's already been withdrawn?
We acknowledge the request, and we carry the request forward to council for action.
Yeah, they're not authorized to make a decision at this point,
Yeah.
so.
So all we can do is essentially say, we've got your request, and we will make that request to
So
council
tomorrow, if they
on the
said
withdrawal.
I withdraw my withdrawal, what would you say then? Come
They
to the
would go-
council, right?
They would go back to council for action on the petition itself. Yeah.
So in my opinion, that as long as council has something to say and do about this, then it's not a problem to have a withdrawn petition, because they would come back to us. If it's withdrawn, they have to come back to this council to start the process all over again. Am I getting that correct? Ms. Hagler-Gray?
that's correct.
Okay.
The caveat, Madam Mayor, is that.
Wait, ask Ms. Hagler-Gray
Yes.
what the caveat is.
Huh?
Ask her what the caveat is.
I don't have a question for her. The caveat is that what Ms. Johnson is indicating is a desire to deny this petition, or to deny this petition itself.
Right.
The issue is that
They couldn't come back without the changes in the.
If they wanted to
If they
rezone.
wanted to come back, they would have to meet the conditions and come back to the council.
Right. It's
It would
possible
just
that they
start-
don't want to
It
rezone and
just
they'll just
starts it
build.
over. Right.
But, so, Mayor, just so that I'm also understanding what your question is, that was the question that I asked Mr. Pettin. 2022-177, if we move forward, since at this point, since it's 5-5, you're the deciding vote. If we support our council colleague, who is the representative, saying that we're going to deny this withdrawal, and then if there's a proposal, and whatever that proposal is, however it moves forward, if this petition is denied, then we don't have this conversation anymore. They will have to start all over again with the whole process of a whole new petition. But right now, because this, and if I understood Mr. Pettin, please help me to make sure I'm clarifying, because we are in this middle space, this gray area of previous zoning and new language, this right here was under previous language. So once this ends, anything that comes forward for this location would now have to be under the new language.
Correct. Yeah, and the effect of the withdrawal and the effect of the denial of the petition, 2021-77, or 22-177 just goes away altogether.
Right.
Anything new would be a brand-new petition, but
That's not what I was hearing you say.
the difference is the
Either way.
timeline.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
That's
Either way,
what,
it's the same.
I'm going to say that because that's what I
Does
heard. Well, okay, I'm hearing it because what would happen is that they came in under the existing zoning rules. They can come back. Even if you say 2 years, if you come back with it, they can still come back under the UDO, which is the same thing. You'd have to submit the petition, the council would have to approve it, then you have the ability to say, I'm going to deny it. It's the same, we're doing this rolling thing. So really, the vote on the 5-5 doesn't really matter, it's a statement. But I'm going to support the statement for this council, and I don't expect that what we'll have to do, again, is figure out how to be more clear when we're doing this and what happens. So I'm going to support the motion to deny.
So you're going to not
Go ahead and
support,
put
you're
that on
not going to
record.
support,
I am
Go
going
ahead
to
and capture
support.
that on record.
no on the substitute
Okay, so you
motion.
have.
That's your six,
you're
capture
no on the
that.
substitute motion.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
Then- All right, so
Capture that.
So that just
Okay.
means we vote on it.
I am supporting with Ms. Johnson for denial. Yes.
That
Six.
vote. So
Okay.
I'm telling you what I'm doing. I didn't say I was voting for it. I'm saying that I will support this motion. All right, so now, we vote again because it was a tie. Is that correct? Do we have to vote if I break a tie? Again?
Yeah, we got to
No,
go.
if you break the tie.
I know, I'm voting, so it makes it 6-5.
Right.
All right, there we are.
So now, I'd like to make a motion
already
to
a
deny,
motion.
It was already in the motion for
Oh, my God.
I'm just breaking.
That she already made a motion.
to deny the petition.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, thank you, okay.
All right, there. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number...
We're not done, no.
Okay, we're not done.
Substitute motion failed. We're back to the original motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The substitute
voted on it.
motion was to approve.
Okay, let's do it. It'll be 5-5 again, I guess, so that's
still gotta
fine,
do it.
one way or the other. All right, so we have this, read the motion, Madam Clerk.
That's,
The substitute motion, or you want me to go back to?
The original motion.
The original motion.
The original motion was to deny the petition, deny the withdrawal.
And, okay,
And
Okay.
okay.
what?
And did you get into deny the
The
petition? or was
substitute
that a
motion was
substitute?
what,
Just stays here?
she just said
Deputy
deny the
Clerk, read the
withdrawal.
motion.
Okay.
She just said it.
I know.
Any of you can
Motion to
also
deny
be on
the
the city.
petition.
Same question.
The substitute motion was to accept the withdrawal. That was by
Right.
Mr. Winston.
That was 5.
The original motion was to deny the withdrawal,
All right.
made by Ms. Johnson, seconded by
And
Ms. Mayfield.
I support the motion. If I have an equal amount. I am supporting the motion by Ms. Johnson, and that's how it should be recorded.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay,
There needs to be a
Gotta
vote,
vote.
right? There needs to be a vote.
wait a minute, it was 5-5. What's the point of having a tie
We
if I
have
don't
never voted on
break
the
it?
first one yet, Madam
I
Mayor.
don't
We
get,
only
I don't
voted
know
on the
what we're
substitute
saying. I
motion.
had to get, it has to go 6 one way or the other if you want me to break the tie.
Yeah, you voted no on the substitute motion, so that didn't carry, so we have to go back to the original motion.
and have an official vote.
It's the same thing, but we
It's the
have to
same
raise our
thing.
Have
hands.
to raise your
Exactly.
hand
We have
again.
to
Okay,
raise
so
our
let's
hand.
raise your hand if you're support the denial of the petition being withdrawn.
You support
You
the denial?
support,
Original motion.
raise your hand if you support the denial
Of the petition.
of the petition being withdrawn.
Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
So do I have to raise my hand too?
Not until you have to break the tie, Madam Mayor.
Because they didn't vote.
Okay, what is the vote now? If you're voting, so that's 1, 2, I don't see 5 hands.
Malcolm, Mr. Graham.
Mr.
just
Graham,
doing it.
I have 1, 2. I'm looking for, I need a 5th hand. Where is the hand?
Malcolm is, he
5.
just,
All right, thank you.
doing like this. That's it. We have it, Mayor.
And to deny.
Okay, we're done. Okay, that's a lot of dancing without any good night kiss.
I'm a young person in here. My teenage intern is in here.
Made
They
bad
probably have
history.
more experience than I do. All right, the next petition we are going into.
Hold on one sec, Madam
I
Mayor.
need clarification. So that was 5.
Oh, we have to have a motion with us, to not approve the petition
Read it.
and change the statement of consistency as reflected in the dialogue. I mean, you guys will have to work it out, right?
So the consistency statement, again, staff and the zoning committee both were not supportive of this project. So you can adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as your own and deny the petition, or if you want, if the motion would be to approve, then we would need a new
Do you have
consistency
a
statement.
motion
So moved.
that needs to be read into the record, Ms. Gray?
So is there a motion to
There's a
deny the
motion
petition?
to
Not yet.
We need to just
deny.
make clear for the record that there's a motion to, first of all, there was this, so Mayor, you voted to deny the withdrawal, right? And so now we are moving on to a up or down motion
And
on
we
the
voted to
petition.
deny the petition when
Okay.
Mr. Graham, was that correct? Mr. Graham did the denial of the petition. No, you did.
Nobody's made a motion to deny.
Okay, so we have to have a
Motion to deny.
motion. Motion to deny the petition. Is there a second? Is there a second on the motion to deny the petition?
Her buddy over there.
Victoria.
It's
Yeah.
a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of denying the petition, please raise your hand. 1, 2,
Denying.
3,
Yes,
4, 5.
denying.
Six.
Yeah.
All right.
Denying the petition. Yes,
Yes. Okay,
So
you got
that's
that
not
one,
denying the
Madam Clerk?
withdrawal, just denying the
Denying the
petition.
petition, yes.
Yeah,
We're denying,
Yeah, then I raise my hand.
you got it?
No, can they?
All right, raise your hands again in
For
the six.
denial.
Dr. Waddington, sorry.
I'm sorry.
You got six.
We have six. All right,
So denial of the petition, and before then it was denial of the withdrawal.
right.
Okay.
Now we're done. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, let's go to the next item. Dave, what is the next item?
Item 17 is our last decision.
All right, let's go to item 17, petition 2021-213 by Goldberg Companies for approximately 42.8 acres on the south side of Matthews Pineville Road, east of Hugh Forest Road and west of Riverde Lane. It's in District 7. Current zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional site plan amendment. Council, the zoning committee votes to approve along with the staff this petition. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mayor?
All right. Mr. Driggs.
I just briefly wanted to thank the petitioner, the residents, Kurt Bach, the representative of the petitioner for working diligently over a period of a year and a half to achieve improvements in this petition that made it satisfactory to all concerned. I think this is a very good outcome. I hope we can all support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda as your own?
We have that motion.
We have it. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, was there a comment? All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. All right, now we'll go to the public hearings. We have 30 of the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem is going to take this, and I'm going to go in the back.
Thank you. Agenda item number 23, rezoning petition 2021-256 by NVR Incorporated, located on approximately 150.78 acres on the north side of Old Concord Road. Excuse me. Old Concord Road, east of North Tryon Street and south of West Rocky River Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is N1A Neighborhood 1A, N1B Neighborhood 1B, and R6CD Single Family Residential Conditional. The proposed zoning is MX2 Mixed Use Innovative with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use. We do have speakers against, so after staff's presentation, both the petitioner and the community will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-256, it's about 150 acres, pushing 151 off Old Concord Road. It is currently zoned N1A, B, and R6 conditional. They're proposing a zoning district of MX2 Innovative with 5-year vested rights. The policy map does call for Neighborhood 1. It also calls for Neighborhood 2 down on along Old Concord Road, just to the east of Bailey Park Drive and west of Fairhaven Drive. The proposal is broken up into 3 development areas. Development Area A, which is the main portion north of Old Concord Road off of what I believe is, don't know the name of the road off the top there, but that's, that's single-family detached being proposed there. 310 single-family detached dwellings. Minimum lot size would be 51 feet by 120 feet deep, as well as 41 feet wide by 120 feet deep. They also have a proposal for a public park, potentially located in Development Area A. You can see that there as dedication of MCPR for public park. Development Area B is really just a small area just on the west of Fairhaven. That is single-family detached only. There's 9 of those proposed as single-family detached dwellings. Those would be 100 feet wide by 127 feet deep, generally trying to match the lot widths of the ones on the east side of Fairhaven. And then to the west of that, you have Development Area C, which is a proposal for up to 330 dwelling units. That could be a mix of single-family attached or a combination with some multifamily. A maximum of 154 out of those 330 may be multifamily dwellings, and then a maximum of 8 multifamily dwelling units may be located in a single building in Development Area C. Also have some innovative standards that have been requested in this petition. Mainly the minimum setback in Development Area C will be 20 feet from the back of sidewalk. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to land use to get resolved. It is primarily consistent with Neighborhood 1 place type. Neighborhood 2 place type would be consistent for parts of Development Area B and C, mainly just the portion that you can see here on the map where we've got Neighborhood 1. That's primarily where we have townhomes and some multifamily, but again, a lot of this area down here is recommended for Neighborhood 2, so generally consistent. And of course, this area up here is consistent with Neighborhood 1, being that it's all single-family detached. So with that, we will take any questions you may have. We have both petitioner and public speaking on this evening, so we'll be happy to take any questions following their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of the petitioner, John Carmichael, Scott Mondays, John Eskridge, Eric Lalone, Andrew Eagle, as well as Joe Spidell. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of NVR. With me tonight are Scott Mundy and John Eskridge of NVR, Eric Lalone of CESO, the landscape architect working on this matter, and Andrew Eagle of Ramey Kemp and Associates. The site contains about 152 acres. It's located on the north side of Old Concord Road between Heathway Drive and Rockland Drive. This is an aerial of the site. Old Concord Road is to the bottom of the site. The site's currently zoned N1A, N1B, and R6CD. The parcels to the west of the site are zoned ML1 and ML2, which are industrial districts, and manufactured housing here. The parcels to the north, east, and the south of the site here are zoned N1A, and then across Old Concord Road, you've got some I2CD and ML1. Petitioners requesting that the site be rezoned to the MX2 Innovative Zoning District to accommodate a residential community on the site that would contain up to 319 single-family detached dwelling units and up to 330 dwelling units that would be comprised of single-family attached townhome units and multifamily dwelling units. A maximum of 164 of the 330 dwelling units could be multifamily dwelling units, and the intent is that those dwelling units would be for sale condominiums. The maximum density of the northern portion of the site would be 3 dwelling units per acre. The overall density of the entire 152 acres would be 4.27 dwelling units per acre. A minimum 6-acre portion of the site would be dedicated to the county for a public park. The petitioner held 2 official community meetings and also had numerous meetings with residents on Rockland Drive, and we appreciate the time they devoted to us and their hospitality. As a result of those meetings, there were several changes made to the rezoning plan. They include the reduction in the overall number of units from 683 to 649, reducing the number of single-family detached homes on the northern portion of the site from 390 to 310. 51-foot wide lots were added to the northern portion of the site so that 41-foot wide lots and 51-foot wide lots will be a part of the northern portion of the site. A little delay here. And then the depths of those lots were increased from 96 feet to 120 feet. Additionally, a 40-foot wide landscape buffer, plant to the standards of a Class C buffer, would be established along the northern and eastern boundaries of the northern portion of the site. That would not be required under the ordinance. And then linear green areas and common space, open space areas were added to Development Area A. So this is the entire 152 acres. This is the northern portion of the site that would be about 3 units an acre and all single-family detached homes. This is the southern portion of the site. The northern portion of the site is referred to as Development Area A. This portion of the site is referred to as Development Area B, and then this is Development Area C. There would not be a vehicular connection between the northern and southern portion of the site. There would be bike and pedestrian connectivity. There are streams on the site, and the streams are represented by these blue lines. The yellow lines are the greenway trails that would be constructed or will be constructed by Mecklenburg County. And so this is a zoomed-in site plan from the northern portion of the site. The 51-foot wide lots are in dark green here. They would be an age-targeted product. The lighter lots are the 41-foot wide lots. The 40-foot landscape buffer that I mentioned will be along the northern and eastern boundaries of the site. The 6-acre park would be here. The easternmost 2 acres would be an active neighborhood park. The westernmost 4 acres would be a passive park. These are the central amenity area, and then these are the linear green spaces that have been added to the plan. Once again, the blue lines represent the streams. Yellow lines represent the Greenway Trail. The southern portion of the site is divided into 2 development areas. Once again, this is development area B. It would be 9 single-family detached homes on lots with a width of 120 feet, a width of 100 feet and a depth of 127 feet. The setbacks would match the setbacks across Fairhaven Drive, and then the garages would have to be side-loaded or rear-loaded garages. And the purpose of those restrictions are to make these single-family lots more consistent with the lots located on the east side of Fairhaven. Access to the southern portion of the site would be by way of Old Concord Road and Fairhaven Drive. I failed to mention, by the way, that the access for the northern portion of the site, there's this extreme delay. Would be by way of 3 streets. I'll just go without it. Heathway Drive, Wilson Street, and Rockland Drive. Well, I'll just use this then. So the southern portion of the site, once again, are the 9 single-family detached lots. And then you've got the multifamily component here, maximum of 8 units in a building. These would be condominiums. And then townhomes would wrap the multifamily component. Once again, access would be from Old Concord Road and Fairhaven Drive. The 2040 policy map has the northern portion of the site in a neighborhood 1 place type. The single-family detached homes are consistent with the neighborhood 1 place type. The southern portion of the site, the eastern portion of the southern portion is in a neighborhood 2 place type. So this portion of the site is consistent with that neighborhood 2 place type. The western portion here is not consistent. It's in the neighborhood 1 place type. However, this is located between a neighborhood 2 place type and then industrial zoning to the west of the site. If you recall the zoning map, which I'm going to try to pull up now if this will work. Okay, well. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay. So anyway, it's inconsistent, but it's between industrial zoning and it's between industrial zoning and the neighborhood 2 place type. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation for approval. There are only 2 outstanding issues, which are very minor, which we will work to address this week. Under this plan, the petitioners place single-family detached homes in close proximity to existing single-family detached homes, and the proposed development provide a variety of housing product at differing price points to serve the community. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Sorry for the hiccup in the technology.
Thank you very much. We do have speakers against, Matthew Sadinsky, Joe Spidell, and Scott Hammonds. You have 10 minutes to split up amongst yourselves. Just so if you are president and want to speak, please come down and stand next to the lectern.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and members of council. I'm new in this neighborhood, having bought this house in November. I'm on the Foxborough Road and enjoyed the 150 acres and wondered how long it would last. So I'm not opposed to the development, but I have some questions specifically about the schooling. I saw the CMS school recommendation says that the adequacy of existing school capacity in this area is a significant problem. We're particularly concerned about rezoning where school utilization exceeds 100%, since the proposed development may exacerbate this situation. Approval of this petition may increase overcrowding and/or reliance upon mobile classrooms at the schools listed above. The Newell Elementary School, that is currently at 109% of utilization. The Martin Luther King School is currently at 101%, and the Julius Chambers High at 137%. Presume that these 600 homes in this 150 acres are only going to add 270 children. 600 homes and only 270 children coming out of those 600 homes. I think that while there are mathematical calculations on the average student yield for single-family detached and attached homes, I think clearly it could easily be double the number of students in the school, making an already crowded school situation much worse. Additionally, the petitioner and the CMS schools estimate about $10.5 million of expense to expand the schools to deal with what they estimate about 271 students. But with 540 students between these three schools, it could easily be an additional $20 million, or doubling the amount of the cost. The other thing I notice is that under the UDO, there's different standards than under the old zoning standard, but for 150 acres, it would seem that there was a standard that would provide for 10% of a set-aside for project area. Yet the park area here, contemplated in this design, is 6 acres of park. So I'd ask the question of the staff and/or the petitioner, why only 6 acres of park set-aside? And there has been discussion in the documents coming forward that said that there would be a tremendous tree save effort, but it was all with permissive language, that there would be best efforts made. And I'm curious what tree save efforts would go in this development. We know that we're facing a time of increasing global warming and the need to have this very wooded area, this timberland preserve, basically wiped out for these 600 homes. So I'd ask the developer and the staff what they intend to do with that. And because this land, as pointed out by the petitioner, is between Toby Creek and Dobie Creek, that is a known flood zone, what would the impact of these 600 homes be? I looked for the environmental impact statement to talk about the remediation that these two creeks wouldn't become a flooding problem, and was not satisfied that I understood that the buffers and the management going forward. So I'd ask the petitioner and staff if they could comment on those 4 or 5 question areas.
Check, check. City Council, and Renee Johnson in particular from District 4. Excuse my jitters. It's been a couple of years since I did public speaking in college. I think I'll capitalize on a couple of things from
Just
the previous.
identify yourself, please.
I'm sorry?
You identify yourself for the record.
Oh, sorry. My name is Joe Spidell, and I live at 7011 Rockland Drive, which is the closest, most adjacent property to the development in question. I want to just quickly acknowledge that NVR and Ryan Homes have been very open to us for discussion on this topic, and they've been very helpful in guiding us through our learning processes. We've started to understand how all of this comes together and works. It's funny, I filled out the form over there, and I had to check a checkbox for or against, and I find that I'm kind of neither, because if I'm against, that what I'm basically saying is that I don't want you to approve this petition on behalf of NVR, which means everything would revert to UDO, and I think that that would be even more horrific than what we're faced with the proposal that they've put forth here. And if I check for, I'm basically saying that I support the development, which I don't. I do not support the decimation of this 150 acres. You have to imagine this canopy and the home for the deer, the foxes, the hawks, and the species of owls that we've lived with for going on 30 years. So one thing that these maps don't really capture is the beauty, first of all, and the fact that this is among probably the last 150-acre tract of land within the Charlotte city limits that is about to be destroyed when there are other acreages like Eastland Mall, which our community can't understand the resistance or the inability to develop instead of this pristine and virgin forest that we're talking about destroying. Meanwhile, I just have to add to the list of concerns like the schools. CDOT has been, in our opinion, woefully inadequate, and City Council by association as well, in its assessment for the expected increase in traffic volume on this tiny country road that is our home, Rockland Drive. Somehow in the process of these discussions, CDOT approved the removal of a second entry and exit way, Donna Drive, and that was removed with the justification that Rockland Drive, which is barely 2 lanes wide, can handle the increase in volume. CDOT, by its own assessment, by its own admission, has indicated that there will be an 8 to 10-fold increase in the traffic volume. And the only area infrastructure improvements that have been proposed have been a stoplight at Old Concord Road and Rocky River Road, some turn lanes to help with traffic flow, and camera technology to synchronize lights. No viable design has been added for Rockland Drive. The closest that CDOT, and this astonishes me, but the closest that CDOT gave us to a plan, quote unquote, was to wait and see what happens once these 310 homes on the northern end and more on the southern end are in place, and the surrounding communities take advantage of the open roads that are available that drive traffic to Rockland. We'll wait and see if there are problems, deaths, accidents.
Just to let you know, Mr. Hammonds only has 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll defer. We'll figure it out then, basically, is what CDOT says, and I can't imagine that City Council can allow us to move forward with that plan. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Scott Hammonds. I live on Batavia Lane. This is quite an enlightening, entertaining evening, to say the least. Thank you, and bless you for all your contributions and sitting through this. You get to sit through it weekly. Just to add a little bit amendment to the school, the Neal School is directly behind me where I live on Batavia Lane, which is a new school that was developed about 6 years ago, and it's already quite overfull and has many outsourced classrooms already. And in addition to that 150 acres that is being proposed for the development along the development area A, the larger portion of it, which is essentially a landlocked parcel that doesn't have any access other than the narrow roadways and private drives, the narrow roadways that are a minimum or a maximum of 16 feet in width, which is not within the CDOT requirement for traffic. And so everyone is aware of the aggressive plan from 2011 of the 50 by 50 tree canopy by 2050. And Mr. Councilmember Ed Driggs, if I may, use some quotes that were from recent meetings and interviews that you saw it as a challenge for that 50-50, because it really didn't it was an aggressive challenge, but it's a great aspiration. It would be a wonderful, and would be wonderful. We're below that now. Yes, we are at 45%, and don't see the tree canopy increasing in percentage terms. So we need to be very intentional, and I agree that we do need to be very intentional in saving and trying to acquire a 50% tree canopy. And the latest analysis, okay.
Thank you very much. Stand by if any council members have any questions. Mr. Carmichael, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council and the zoning committee. In terms of the park is just the dedication of 6 acres to the county, the conveyance of the land for a future public park. There's more open space than the 6 acres. A minimum of 10% of the whole site has to be dedicated to open space. So the 6 acres was just the conveyance of the land to the county for a future park. The schools, I'm not going to look you now and tell you the schools aren't an issue out here, because they are. I will tell you that there are development rights here, and then according to CMS, I certainly don't have the capability to check their numbers, but according to the CMS report, this proposal generates 28 less students than the the by right development of the site. In terms of tree save, the development would have to meet the tree save requirements of the ordinance, which is 15%. In terms of the traffic, they would put a traffic signal at Old Concord Road and Rocky River Road and do some turn lane improvements as well. We have been working with CDOT, and the traffic study was approved, and we have our traffic engineer here if there are any questions that need to be addressed in that regard. Finally, as to the stormwater, the development of the site would have to comply with the post-construction controls ordinance, so that would mean stormwater detention, cleaning the stormwater, and that sort of thing. So that would be part of the development of the site. And there are, once again, 3 connections to the northern portion of the site through Heathway, Wilson Street, and Rockland Drive. Thank you for your time, and our team is happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I recognize Ms. Ashmira for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you.
A couple of questions. So you addressed some of the concerns that some of the speakers had asked about, specifically school overcrowding, park allocation space, which you said it was you're required to only do 5 acres?
Well, the park is a request, so they request 6 acres to be given to, if that's what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, the county asked that.
So the county's ask was for 6 acres.
Right, but that's not the entire open space. That's just,
How many acres is the open space?
it's 10%, so it's about, how much is it, Eric?
15 acres?
We've got 50%, or we got 50 acres.
Can you, if you
Come on
want
up,
to
Matt.
respond, please
Sorry,
go to
but
the
yes, the
lectern.
county council member asked for 6-acre donation, and that was what was agreed to. The 6 acres?
Can we keep
There's
the,
not 50 acres of open space.
we keep the questions from the dais to the lectern, please?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Carmichael is showing open space and the park space here?
If I can get there. Something's wrong with this pointer. I'm sorry, Dave. Yeah.
Can we pull up the petitioner's presentation, please?
We got 15.
We pull up the petitioner's presentation.
That's
AB,
the old
please.
one. Yeah, that one may work, sir. I don't know if it's the batteries or.
Excuse us while we work through some technical difficulties for those out there
Perfect,
watching.
that works. So this is a pointer. The park site is here, the 6-acre park site, and then put up the open space.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. State your name.
My name is Eric Lalone with CESO. I'm a landscape architect working on the project. So we've got the 6-acre park is here. The open space would be the pocket parks that you see spread throughout, the linear parks running through. And then we have the tree save, which runs all the way through along in these areas, which is where the floodplain is as well. So all of that tree save area would run through here. And then you have the amenity area and the area that runs along the outside, that 40-foot buffer, all the way along there, and likewise through here. So that's all one contiguous area that ties this whole piece together.
The county is building greenways within the portion of the open space.
Okay. Is this connected to Greenway that they're building up there, connecting to Reedy Creek Park?
You know the greenway?
I don't know where it's connecting.
But it goes, well, there's an existing greenway on Rockland.
It runs through, the county's going to extend this greenway, which exists now, back down through and along through here.
So it shows on our petition that it's part of the Cross Charlotte Trail. Is that correct? The Cross Charlotte Trails will run through?
So do you know how many acres is tree canopy? I know the tree save is 15%, but what is the tree save for this development?
We have approximately
looks like-
27 acres of tree save.
27. Yeah, I mean, that's significant for this site, more than required. And one of the speakers, I think Mr. Sudinsky, asked about there are two creeks on this site. And where is the detention pond? Because I know they are concerned about flooding, and that's rightfully so.
Sure, so these areas you see in blue are the proposed stormwater management ponds. And the streams run here, sorry, it's so shaky, and runs across. So that's the one stream, and then the stream going north.
And is this being filed under the new UDO, or is this under old?
It's the old ordinance, council member. We filed this
It was probably last year.
18 months ago,
Okay.
at least.
And I know one of the speakers had brought up infrastructure requests, specifically around CDOT. Could we get a list of infrastructure improvements that's being already scheduled or planned and funded for this area as part of the follow-up? Yeah, and if you could also share that with three speakers. I have Mr. Sadinsky, Joe, and Scott here. If you could share that list with them, that would be great. Mr. Carmichael, I'd like to speak with you specifically after this meeting. I'd like to speak with you about park allocation and see if that acreage could be increased, because we had similar developments of this size where we had seen much higher park dedication land, and see if that can be increased. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edgemere. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I want to thank the developer. They have met with the residents at least 3 times. I've attended 2 of those meetings. And I want to thank Jennifer and John. And I'm sorry, the gentleman that spoke, was it Matt or Mike?
It's just
Matt. Okay. Thank you. And the other gentleman as well. We don't have your names. These residents have been very engaged and very informed, and they've asked for more traffic improvements. Specifically, I believe it was Donna Drive. Is that correct? I believe it was Donna Drive. Is there anyone from CDOT that can speak, please, to this petition?
Jay Carpenter with CDOT. So as a part of the evolution of this petition, the connection to Donna Drive, I believe, is no longer a part of the petition, so there's no improvements to Donna Drive as part of the project.
They were requesting improvements to Donna Drive, or at least an egress from Donna Drive. Is that a possibility?
So initially, the connection to Donna Drive was included in the petition, and I think there were topography and other issues, and that connection was removed.
So is there anything from a CDOT perspective to prohibit that entrance or that improvement?
I think it's something that CDOT is open to, but would not require as part of the petition. But it's my understanding, again, that the stream crossing and other issues really prohibit the petition from making that connection.
Okay. Yeah, if you go out there, this is a beautiful wooded area. It's beautiful. We know the city's changing, and the residents recognize that as well. But they are asking for just more consideration or more thoughtful development. And I will say that the petitioner has been very, very open, but impact. Someone mentioned the school impact. I was going through the book. I think it's Julius Chambers High, 137% to 143%. School impact is something that I always talk about. These numbers are not, they're not cumulative. If you look through the book, there's another petition, District 4, that the impact is almost, I think the numbers are the same. And then there are 2 petitions in District 4 that say, because it's a conventional petition, school impact is not considered. So we are really not looking at the impact on infrastructure. We had our first infrastructure meeting in December, this council. We're still waiting on follow-up from that. So you're absolutely right. When you bring up these concerns, we do need to have a very more balanced approach, the growth and the infrastructure. And, you know, you've heard me say that from this dais repeatedly. As far as this petition, I do think there's more negotiation. John, if there's a way that we can look at the entrance or exit off Donna Drive, that's a concern of the residents. When you talk about the tree canopy, Councilmember Ashmira, we know that we're looking at numbers. Our tree canopy, they're not current, the numbers that we're currently looking at. So we really don't know how much the tree canopy has been affected in this city. So I just think that we as a council really need to take a more responsible look at zoning. And you know, I've said that as well. And I'm sorry that the developers, you know, feel the impact, but that's what the residents are feeling. They're not feeling the impact from one petition. It's the effect, the cumulative impact of the traffic, the schools, the reduction in tree canopy. So as far as this petition, you all have worked wonderfully, and I appreciate that. But I do think that there's more room, and I look forward to further conversations.
Thank you.
Move to close.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of close the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 24, rezoning petition 2022-036 by MPV Properties located on approximately 31.94 acres along the east side of Interstate 485 and west side of Dutch Creek Drive, north of Rocky River Road in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. Current zoning is a CC Commercial Center, and the proposed zoning is CC Commercial Center with a site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, Mr. McVeigh, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-036, just shy of 32 acres off Rocky River Road, currently zoned commercial center. They are pursuing a site plan amendment to the original entitlements that were granted on this property under that commercial center district. Policy map does recommend commercial place type for this site. We'll get into that in just a minute. The proposal is to reduce the non-residential square footage from 191,000 square feet to 150,000 square feet, and then increase the residential dwelling units from 515 to a total of 739. There have been some units that have been entitled and allocated, so that the total would then be 739, but I believe there's been a significant amount that have already been built in this area. And so they're, again, looking to decrease non-residential and increase the residential uses. Does remove some language referencing other development areas that would no longer be development areas as a result should this petition be approved. Does remove language referencing townhomes and replaces that with multifamily units. Does eliminate a movie theater as an allowed use. That would be down there more in that non-residential area closer to Rocky River. Did modify some of the architectural standards and then amended a note that would apply a 35-foot building and parking setback along Rocky River Road. Does provide open space and amenity areas in the multifamily portion that's being proposed. A minimum 8,000 square feet of improved open space would be provided in a central area of that multifamily development, so that would be convenient for residents of the community. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. We have some outstanding issues related to site and building design, but we do recommend approval. It is inconsistent with that commercial place type. I think this would actually take it to more of a place type that's aligned with the existing entitlements and previous entitlements, more of a mixed-use neighborhood center outcome. So staff didn't have any significant concern with that inconsistency and thinks that if this petition would be approved and that place type change, it actually gets us to a place type that better aligns with what would be on the ground. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner, take any questions you may have following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McVeigh. Speak on behalf of the petitioner.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore and Van Allen assisting MPV Properties on this petition. With me tonight, representing the petitioner is Jim Merrifield and also Hattie Plevchenko-Ryder, and hope I got that close, with Land Design, who is the land planner for the site. I appreciate Dave's presentation. I think he's covered it very well. It is a site plan amendment for a portion of the Farmington mixed-use development, 70 acres in Charlotte. There's another additional 110 acres in Harrisburg. Was originally approved in 2017 and has been under development since then. This site plan amendment is really to adjust the proposed uses to reflect today's market reality in terms of retail services. It reduces the amount of commercial space slightly from 191 to 150, as Dave mentioned, and increases the number of allowed residential units by 224 on this portion of the site. There are other residential uses already under development on the remaining portion of the site in Mecklenburg County as well as in Harrisburg that are not subject to the SPA. As Dave mentioned, the 2040 plan does call for commercial. However, what was already approved for Farmington and what is being developed for Farmington, as Dave mentioned, really fits better into the NC or the Community Activity Center category, which the approval of the rezoning will verify. This is the original approval back from 2017, mixed-use nature, open space, commercial uses. This is the revised plan, and as Dave said, a slight reduction in commercial and a slight increase in multifamily. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Can you go back a slide? I'd like to have a better understanding. So you said this was originally approved in 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say it's now adjusting to the times, can you explain that?
So the original approval in 2017 called for a theater to be part of this mixed-use development. Okay. But with the onset of COVID and the change to theater attendance and theater development, the idea is to remove that use and then convert some of that space that would have been used for the theater and associated parking to additional residential uses. So that's the change to the petition based on the conditions in the market today for retail and in this particular case, a theater use.
Okay. And Mr. Pettin, you said there was some concerns around the commercial mixed-use neighborhood place type?
No, I would say we didn't have concerns with the place type change. It is inconsistent. It's designated right now as commercial, but the entitlements and what you saw on the screen from Mr. McVain's presentation does create more of a community activity center, a neighborhood activity center there. So this rezoning, should it be approved, would take it to a neighborhood center place type, which we think better aligns with that. But a lot of our CC zoning is heavily commercial based, so that's why the place type designation was commercial, but it does function as more of an activity center, which would be the result, should this petition get approved, that would be the place type on the ground.
Can you help me understand what's the rationale behind deciding which ones, become a neighborhood center place type as opposed to others?
So the commercial place type is strictly retail, non-residential uses. It doesn't allow any residential. So when we see a mix of retail, residential, that becomes more of a mixed-use zoning district, which is more akin to neighborhood center, community activity center. So that would be what the place type would be on the ground should the rezoning be approved.
And there's no, I guess, with the plan right now, there's no need for the council to oversee that process at all, like so that we can develop some type of consistency when it comes to that?
So that this rezoning process will do it for this particular property. So when the rezoning is inconsistent, if it gets approved, it changes the map through that action. So we're essentially looking at a map amendment while we're looking at a rezoning with this as well.
Okay. And I guess my concern, if there is any, not particularly with this, but just making sure that we develop some level of consistency going forward. Like, what is our rationale, right? Right now, we're kind of doing on this, situation by situation, developing a precedent or not, doing something somewhere and then maybe not doing it somewhere. I think we really, really are jumping into dangerous waters when we're starting to do this on a case-by-case basis, because you really have no way to determine, based on how we decision it may look good here, but then it's the rationale behind how we come up with that right now. And for me, it's not very clear. So I don't know. I guess that's a feedback piece as to how can we develop some level of consistency when we're making decisions like this to, update that neighborhood center place type or the different, place type opportunities that we have.
We can work, we can try to work through that. I know that's on our list of things to have more of a map amendment criteria for this type of scenario. But again, I think the commercial place type didn't necessarily reflect what was entitled on the ground originally. It really is more of a neighborhood center, even from the 2017 petition. So, but that CC zoning district got captured in a lot of that policy mapping as a commercial place type.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Vane, thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions for you.
Yes,
The 139 townhomes from when we're looking at the new proposal, 139 townhomes, 275 apartments. Are those townhomes for sale product or for rent as well?
They're for sale. They're currently underdeveloped. They're not actually part of the site plan amendment. They're in this area of Farmington, and they're in the northern part along here.
So the townhomes are not a part of this site amendment?
Not of the site plan amendment, correct. The site
So
plan
those
amendment.
have already been developed?
Yes, ma'am. They're under development currently. They're being constructed as, they're being constructed as we speak.
So the follow-up to my question is, you did mention that some changes are being made now because of the economy.
Yes, ma'am.
We also see a major change with lack of for-sale housing product in our city. We are seeing a large number of multifamily and even single-family for rent product. Is there any, have you spoke with your clients, or do you know if there's any conversation regarding creating more for sale in this expansion versus more multifamily?
Not at this time. My understanding is the new development would be additional multifamily units on the Mecklenburg County side of the development. This is the county line right through here. So there's 70 acres on Mecklenburg County side. There's another 110 acres in Harrisburg. It all acts as one unified development.
Right.
And I believe, I'll have to ask Mr. Merrifield, but I believe those are all for sale townhomes.
Yes.
So all the remaining townhomes on the Harrisburg side are also for sale townhomes. And you can see there's a preponderance of those on that portion of the site.
So on the Harrisburg side, they get for sale product, and on the Charlotte side, we get multifamily?
Well, we got both. On the Mecklenburg County side, there's also for sale townhomes as well as apartments, so there's a mix of residential. So but it's a bigger site on the other side of the county line, but there's a balance. Yes, ma'am.
That would be a great consideration to think about. Again, looking at the changes. We made changes because what you thought would be beneficial as far as entertainment, that's shifting, even though I still go to the movies because I'm counting down because Barbie come Friday, so I would be there with a whole bunch of other people. But thinking about more opportunities on the Charlotte side to consider, because Harrisburg side looks a little different. So just wanted to get some clarification. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you. I live right down the street from here, and I see there has been a lot of activity here, especially with Chick-fil-A has opened up, and just I see more development coming. I know at some point, this was a couple of years ago when council had approved this, we had theater as part of the development plan. Is that still the case, or?
Harris Theater, is that what?
No, theater.
Oh, a theater. There was a theater planned.
So has that been changed now?
Yes, the theater is no longer part of the proposal. That's correct.
Oh, I was looking forward to that.
Well,
So what is going on with that theater now?
so this would be other commercial uses, other retail and commercial uses in this area. The Chick-fil-A, I think you mentioned, is down here.
Yes.
But this area of the site is still left. It could be, there's a hotel possibility, and then 150,000 square feet of retail, restaurant, and other commercial uses. The theater has been eliminated as a use due to the change in the market primarily.
Right, yeah. Well, theaters across the nation are struggling, so I don't blame you for that. But in terms, so the change, I was just going through this rezoning package here, and really significant changes increasing the residential unit count and reducing commercial square footage. Is
That's
that
right. Reducing the commercial by about 40,000 and increasing the number of residential units by 224. That's a fact.
224 units? Is that multifamily or?
Yes, it would be multifamily. That's correct.
So all 224 would be multifamily?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I came in a little bit later. I had to take a break. Could you tell me where exactly this 224 is?
These buildings right here, these here. These 4 buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, are the new multifamily units, buildings. And then there's there's a street that comes through here, then the commercial picks up here, and then there's commercial and office uses on the Harrisburg side to start to complement the residential uses as well.
And where is the hotel at?
Jim, you'll have to help me, I think, right there, right there, right there. But that would, currently, that's where the hotel would be planned, right in this area.
Got it. Okay, I mean, really, what you are seeking is just a change in already approved rezoning that was
Correct.
done, I think, a couple of years ago.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Okay, well, I don't have any questions, but move to close.
Second. There's a motion to close the public hearing. It's been properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. We'll move on to item number 25, rezoning petition 2022-168 by Nick Armstrong, located on approximately 0.55 acres on south of Tuckasegee Road and east of Enderley Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is N1C, Neighborhood 1C, and Mud O, Mixed-Use Development District with an option. Now, the proposed zoning is Mud O, Mixed-Use Development District with an option, and Mud O SPA, a Mixed-Use Development District with an option and a site plan amendment. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition, so after staff's recommendation, Nick Armstrong and Kennedy Howard will have 10 minutes to speak in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-168, half an acre on Tuckasegee and Enderley, currently zoned Mud-O at the corner of Tuckasegee and Enderley, and N1C, and the proposed zoning is to take all of that to the Mud District with optional provisions. The policy map does recommend Neighborhood 1 for this area. The proposal would be to allow all uses in the Mud District, with the exception of some uses like animal crematorium, automotive service station, bus and train terminals, adult establishments, offices, laboratories, et cetera. Does request the following optional provisions. Some are carryovers from the original rezoning of the corner at Enderley and Tuckasegee, which was Mud-O, and that would be parking and maneuvering be allowed between the building, Tuckasegee and Enderley Road. The development would not be required to comply with zoning ordinance section regulating building street walls, and also the changes to existing buildings shall not increase nonconformity. Does propose to demolish a duplex constructed in 1926, which is also identified as a historically significant site by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission. Would expand parking area from that previously approved petition, which was back 2019-142. That would also now include a driveway off of Enderley Road to access that parking. Would implement an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along both frontages, as well as construct a 6-foot privacy fence to buffer against that residential use there to the south on Enderley, and also would provide a 2,740 square foot area right there on Enderley Road as a buffer against that adjacent residential use. Staff does not recommend approval of the petition. It's inconsistent with the policy map for Neighborhood 1. We've had some similar petitions in the past that recommended or were proposing parking encroaching into single-family neighborhoods that we weren't supportive of. I believe one was 2019-060. That was over in the Park Road area. This is a similar scenario where we would have parking encroachment into that Neighborhood 1 place type. It's inconsistent with that policy map recommendation. We did have some concerns raised by the Historic Landmarks Commission about the loss of that house. Again, that's all up to property owner, but didn't want to communicate that as part of the conversation on this petition as well. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner team, and we will take any questions you may have following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick Armstrong and Kennedy Howard. You have 10 minutes combined, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. The reason why we bought this duplex back in 2020 was simply to add additional parking because that's what the entire neighborhood wanted. They didn't want cars parking in front of their home and crowding the streets. We've been working on this parking lot for over 3 years with the planning department, and I've spent thousands of dollars in research, planning, architectural, and engineering designs. It's important to note that when we purchased our commercial space, we were already thinking putting a plan in place for parking. We were committing to Enderley Park that we were here to stay and be a part of the community, and we've done just that, not only buying and owning the commercial building, but we own the duplex and land that we're wanting to rezone and expand. It is also important to note that our properties were purchased prior to the release of the 2040 policy map in coordination with the rezoning of the main parcel for development. That the idea was to provide parking in addition to the requirements of the rezoning ordinance. In order to concentrate patrons within the site of the marquee, instead of having patrons parking down the neighborhood streets. In regards to existing duplex, that would need significant work to remain a functioning duplex. I also point out the street parking within the neighborhood would erode the edge even more than additional parking. We're providing additional screening and have located the tree-safe replanting area on the neighborhood side of the street to create a buffer for the neighborhood. The church that was previously existed on the other side of the street and is now a vacant lot reaches further into the neighborhood than the proposed parking. Until the agenda came out on Friday, we were under the impression that we had staff approval. We have been working with them on several changes to the plans to help create separation from the neighborhood. Examples are we added additional shrubs and separation as buffering along fence in the rear, locate tree safe to create buffering between existing houses, move dumpster location to border commercial site rather than back corner backing up to the residential. Lastly, the streets in the neighborhood are narrow and not conducive to a lot of street parking. This proposal will help alleviate parking within the neighborhood. In addition, we spend additional money trying to improve the neighborhood, and we'll continue to do so. Do we have those marquee pictures that we have? Just wanted to show you the inside of the marquee, which is our Tapas Lounge and Restaurant, and where we would need the parking. These are a couple photos. You would see the actual the dining area, the waiting area, the actual lounge upstairs for seating and holding private events. So you can see we put a lot of thought and effort into this facility and neighborhood, and we continue to do so. We're proud of this neighborhood. So we're committed. That's why we purchased everything in the neighborhood. You want to say anything?
Nick Armstrong, I'm the landscape architect who worked on the plans with Kennedy. Just to clarify, the overall building and parking that is existing was rezoned back in 2020. That's already developed and is actually opening next month. There are 7 existing parking spaces, and to make a good faith effort with the community, Kennedy and his team has purchased the additional area to try to prevent his patrons from overflowing into the neighborhood and taking away possibly their street parking.
And again, when we initially purchased the first commercial space, one of the biggest issues was parking. They were like, oh, where are they going to park? You know, can we add additional parking? And we did just that, so.
Thank you very, very much. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Pettin, can you pull back up the map? Because unfortunately, theirs are just inside pictures. I'm trying to get an idea of where this buffer is going to be, the 27 40 square foot perpendicular buffer?
Yeah, so it would just be right in this area here, single-family house, buffer would be there.
So, and Mr. Patton, you may or may not be able to help me with this one, but I'm trying to get a clear picture. So we have a number of eating and establishing entities popping up all in historical residential communities and neighborhoods, but noise travels. So I've shared with you previously, right off of Freedom Drive, you have a nightclub. The nightclub, even though there was a ravine, there was also a lot of trees that separated from the residential. The trees were pretty much the buffer. Something happened, they were able to clear cut the trees, so there's no longer a buffer there. Do we think that this perpendicular area is enough to protect the residents? Whereas if they're in their home, or even if they're in their yard, whether in their front yard or their backyard, and there's an event going on at this space, and if this parking lot were to be extended, because here's the reality. People stand out, especially after they've been drinking, and have a whole conversation in the parking lot as if it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the reality. Noise travels, volume travels. Is this really enough of a buffer to protect the quality of life for the residential that's close by?
It's a tough question. I would think the buffer itself, does have a fence. It would be required to be planted. Does that stop or silence, noise carrying over? Not necessarily. We all know what those, privacy fences do and don't prevent as far as hearing neighbors and other things. So it's a good, effort to try to mitigate some of that. Does it solve all of it? I don't know if I could say one way or the other 100% whether that satisfies, a concern. I think it's still a concern of ours, just given that interface between parking and adjacent single-family residential. So that's one of the reasons that we, are in the position of recommendation that we are currently. But that's always a tough interface to solve.
So when we're thinking about the new language that we just approved, do you remember if there's any language in there regarding materials to use for a buffer? Because a planting strip, once clear cutting happens, once it's concrete, waiting 20 years for a new tree to be fully developed, that's not necessarily going to be the answer for immediate quality of life.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have any language in there as far as what the expectations are for?
So this would need to be planted to one of our buffer class standards, but again, kind of part of the beauty of conditional petitions is we can make requests that go beyond that. So if there's a better, vegetative planning standard that we could look into or consider, if they're, all, going to be some type of evergreen buffer versus hardwoods, there's other ways that we can work through planning requirements, and we can, request that it be planted to a standard that we come up with as a city or as neighbors, and that's something that the petitioner would have to consider and then ultimately either agree or disagree to. But I think that still gives us some ability to say we'd rather see these types of plantings over just a standard tree and shrub every 10 feet. Maybe it's an evergreen hedgerow or something that goes in there to help with, further dampening of noise and headlights and all of that. But that's part of the conditional process. We can work that any angle that we really feel we need to.
So, Mr. Patton, if you can have staff go to the page that shows the split zoning, that shows that the site is split zone between N1C and Muddo. Okay, yes, that one. Question for you all as our petitioners. Is there any opportunity to look at increasing that buffer from the residential? Because it's a catch-22. We, at one part of a conversation, we say we don't want to have a whole lot of excess parking because we want to reduce. We are trying to have 10-minute neighborhoods. People come in to utilize it. At the same time, you're asking for the ability to create more parking. So two-part, is there opportunity to potentially reduce that perpendicular tree-safe area? And two, is this going to be paved or gravel parking? Because even that has a different impact on the environment.
It is proposed, as of now, as concrete parking. It's kind of an extension of the existing parking lot in the currently zoned Muddo region there. We are actually proposing, the buffer we're proposing is more than what currently exists between the existing Muddo development, which we mentioned is opening next month, and the duplex that is there currently. And that was part of the back and forth with the planning department over the last few months in our resubmissions to try to create as much of a buffer as we could along all of those areas.
What, just for clarification, Mr. Patton, when they're talking about the buffer, the duplexes, that's a different conversation because you have residential right on top of residential. You're now trying and I'm asking staff to make sure that I'm understanding what the proposal is to remove that residential to now create just a giant parking lot.
Yes, so the request would be to take, this area that's outlined here and make that the extension of the existing parking. That would bring that to that 2,740 square foot buffer area here. Interesting orientation of this residence is actually facing this direction. Their front door doesn't face Enderley. Their front door actually faces this lot.
So the way that particular resident's home is located, they will be looking into a parking lot and all the vehicles that egress, regress.
Yeah, the front door is there. Of course, there is a proposed privacy fence and some buffering, so they would essentially be looking at the privacy fence, which is, there's one there now. There's one in this area, which is protective of this residence. That would essentially just continue and carry that privacy fence, remove it from here and place it here with that buffer there.
Okay. I would love to have continued conversations regarding this particular project. I'll go drive by so that I can take a look at it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Same thing, I would love to come by and visually see it, right? Want to thank you guys for bringing some economics to the community. But at the same time, there has to be a balance towards working and being good neighbors. And so, Dave, is there any way for you and staff to get to a communication where you can seek approving this?
I think the challenge that we've got is just historically when we start to see encroachment of more commercial parking lot uses into neighborhood 1 districts, that gives us a little bit of pause. So there's always going to be that policy disconnect, even though, we've requested the buffers, we've requested things to help to offset that. But when we have to look at it just on a pure policy standpoint, that starts to get to be a little bit of a gap that, we may not be able to always close or remedy. But we'll certainly continue to work with them and see what kind of solutions that can be posed. And if that changes our viewpoint of it, we certainly recognize the concerns from the previous petition were, parking based, and there were some concerns raised about how that would function. So certainly understand this might help remedy some of that, but I think from just that policy standpoint, that's something we need to continue to look through and see if there's some ways we can remedy that gap.
Because a lot of these lots in these historic areas, the lot's big enough to do a development, but not big enough to do a development and the necessary parking. And so it's a combination of how do we accommodate both?
Yeah.
And so if you can continue to work with them to see if there's a satisfactory solution. I too would like to come out and lay eyes on the site. I think we've done that before when you guys originally came and came before council. So I would like to come back again and just kind of see the extension that you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. Could I talk?
Yes, you could.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we would love for any one of you to come out and look at what we're doing. It's not a huge parking lot. It goes with the actual commercial space. It's an extension. And has nice curb appeal as well. It will be beneficial for you to come out and take a look at it as well. Another thing I want to mention, we had a hearing, a meeting with the neighborhoods. They were all on board with it, even our next door neighbor. The two questions that she did have was, who will clean up the parking lot area, because it's right next to our house. And I said, we'll be responsible for that. We clean up the neighborhood every week, you know?
Yeah.
So that's not an issue as well. And also, one of the trees were kind of like intruding on her house. We took care of that as well. So the neighborhood, and not only the neighbors, the particular neighbors, they were fine with it once we addressed the question.
And that was the question I was going to ask you, the neighbor, the resident.
They were very supportive.
That is in close proximity to the lot. She's supportive of it?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'll follow up with you and would love to come back out there again.
Sure.
Again, this is a situation where we can find common ground because I think you do bring a lot of value to what's happening over there.
Yeah, and again, you know, we addressed all the neighborhood's concern as far as what we thought. And the main concern was the parking. We were very sensitive and we were very accommodating and doing everything with the city and the neighborhood, so I feel very confident about that.
Well, thank you, and I'll communicate with you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you. I struggle with this one. Ms. Mayfield made a good point about additional buffer, especially for residents that live nearby. While I understand that we need to bring opportunities in every corner of our city, especially services that all our residents need, but at the same time, we need to be mindful about our quality of life. And I just think, I mean, I agree with staff on this one. I cannot support this in its current form. I hope that you'll go back and address some of the concerns that staff has raised. Even though some residents might be okay with it, it's hard to project what's coming when you had never experienced that next door. So I know staff is looking out for the best interest of our residents, and unless there is some change in this, I can't support it. Thank you.
Question for you. When you say,
You have to.
oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't ask you a question.
I'm sorry.
If I ask you a question, you can respond. But Mr. Dandy, you have my email address. You can reach out to me. I'd love to sit with you and figure out where, how we can garner support from the staff, because I think that is, for me, that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I got. Move to close.
Mr. Graham has a readdress.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the quality of life over there and from your perspective?
Yeah, since we actually redeveloped that corner, that property, 3131 Tuckasegee, I don't have the exact statistics, but I can just tell you what we can see because we're over there every day. By the bus station, there used to be a lot of crime, used to be a lot of hangouts, used to be a lot of drug activity. It has 95% diminished. 95% diminished. In fact, there's no more hanging out there. The church is demolished. That's gone. And the neighborhood is just it's a great neighborhood. But that is the main thing. The quality of life has improved. You got the last home sold for $800,000, like about 800 feet from where we're at. Homes are going up there for $568,000 minimum. Lots in back of us are being sold for $750,000. If it was a poor quality of life there, those lots wouldn't be selling. So it's changing. And the main thing is the crime rate is diminishing and there's no hangout. So that corner, what we did right there, it's awesome as far as the quality of life goes. And it's growing. It's continuing to improve. But if I had to put a percentage on it, it's 95%.
Thank you. Move to close public hearing.
Ms. Mayfield has a readdress.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just need to make sure we have as much transparency as possible. The idea of saying that in the area homes sold for $800, that is not necessarily the goal of the win. So as the former representative of that area for 8 years, and attending the majority of the neighborhood meetings, working hard to get the roundabout. What you saw was the impact of generations of neglect in the community. What you saw is investments that were not happening in certain parts of our town. And then once we identified that area as an opportunity zone and we started investing a lot more money, those investments did not necessarily create as many opportunities as I would have liked to have seen for the residents to actually stay there.
Right.
So I want to make sure that we have a clear understanding that you were allowed and you were given the ability to do the development that you were able to do because of the investments that we made that were decades long overdue for the community. So yes, we had challenges over there, and yes, I've reached out to the residents because they are a very active neighborhood association. But I want to make sure that we don't have anything on record that gives an impression or an appearance that it was just by design of you making an investment or a couple of other people making an investment that we now have this. Those $800,000 homes are also happening off of Freedom Drive, are also happening off of Columbus Circle, are also happening off of Marlowe, are also happening off of Camp Green. That has also created a whole lot of displacement in areas that were predominantly working class, overwhelmingly Black Americans that were doing well but could have been doing a lot better had we made the investments over there as a government that should have been made. So I just want to make sure that while we having these conversations, yes, I have concerns about an additional parking lot, but I'm also going to reach out to the president and to the residents in Greater Enderley Park, because if this is something that they see as a benefit, then I'm going to give them the opportunity to share that. Sure. But I just want to make sure that when you walk out, you have a clear understanding of the history of that community and recognize that it was a very thriving part of our city, and through no fault of the residents, that did not continue. So now you're seeing a resurgence, but that resurgence needs to be a part of uplifting the neighborhood, not being the one that's displacing the neighborhood and therefore creating the neighbors that you think you want.
Right.
Thank you. You can close now. Second.
Motion to close the public hearing. Second.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. We'll move on to item number 26, rezoning petition 2023-002 by Jay Cox located on approximately 1.77 acres on the south side of McKee Road, east of Weddington Road, and west of Savannah Hills Drive in Council District 7, Mr. Driggs District. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and proposed zoning is R8CD, single family residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to land use and site and building design. There is a speaker against, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10 minutes to present.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2023-002, 1.77 acres on McKee Road, east of Weddington. It is currently zoned N1A. Proposed zoning is R8 conditional. Adopted policy map does call for neighborhood 1 for this area. The proposal is for a total of 14 dwelling units, 2 triplex units and 2 quadruplex units. Those would each be on individual lots, so you'd have a total of 4 lots with those 14 units. It would extend existing Marvel Court, which is a public local street, through the site to the western property line. That would then potentially continue that street network over through the next property over, and then there's a potential road connection off the map here just to the west. It does propose a 12-foot multi-use path, an 8-foot planting strip along McKee Road. Would specify the construction entrances would be from McKee Road as allowed by NCDOT, and that construction traffic on Marvel Court would be limited to paving and utility work just related to the street extension. Does provide architectural standards in the petition. A 5 to 6 foot high opaque fence along the western and eastern property lines is being proposed as well, and would also limit freestanding lighting to a maximum of 15 feet in height. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. Do have outstanding issues and technical revisions related to land use and site and building design. While it's inconsistent with the policy map, those triplex and quadplex units can be compatible and be appropriate infill, and the triplexes are allowed by right in that N1 place type and zoning district. So again, staff does support the petition upon resolution of those issues, and we'll take any questions following the presentations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matt Langston and Jay Cox, you have 10 minutes. Come on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. In respect for everyone's time tonight, we'll be brief here. Pretty much echo what he said. We're going 14 two-story townhomes extending Marville Court across the lot of 2101 McKee. We hope in the future we're able to connect that to restoration across 2109 McKee as well. And we are working with staff on their conditions to get everything approved in their eyes as well. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
Sure. Matt Langston from Landworks Design Group. We had a good meeting with the neighbors a month or so ago. Staff comments. One of the comments that staff had was to work with the neighbors to the south of the property to provide, there's stormwater piping in the rear of some of those lots, and connect the stormwater BMP to that pipe. Petitioner has worked and located the property owner and gotten a verbal agreement to make that connection. So, you know, they're working to address the staff comments. We're working to save existing trees on the site that'll be in the interface between the existing homes and the development, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Very efficient.
Move to close.
Nope. We have a speaker against James Pennington. You have 10 minutes once you get to the lectern.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is James Pennington. I am a homeowner on Marville Court. I'm accompanied with several other people on the road as well. We oppose the proposal to go to a R8 because it's inconsistent with everything that's in the region. Both the neighborhood that you see on Marville Court and Savannah Hills being all single-family homes, and on the west side there as well, you got another group of single-family homes. The major concern that we all have is the ingress and egress utilizing Marville Court. It's a small residential road with, I think, 4 out of the 5 homes all having children. So our main concern is with the large density of new residential places being built, that's going to cause a lot of traffic that could potentially be harmful, both to the area and to the kids. Some of the concerns that were raised, I guess, during the meeting with the developers not long ago. I wasn't there for that personally. But one of the concerns, I guess, they had was the grading plan and the potential for flood water coming down from the property if it's developed. As it is now, it slopes. But if they're going to build any amount of, the townhomes there, it's going to have to be graded. And then so the concern is what's going to be happening with with stormwater. I guess they have addressed that somewhat with with their new plan. Another concern that was there, they don't yet know a price range. So what type of townhomes exactly are going to be going there? How is it going to be? How is it going to interface with the surrounding area? Because one concern, a lot of half the townhomes backs are going to be facing McKee Road, which is the primary road through the area. So the concern is it's not going to be very appealing. And we also have a concern about parking in the area. There doesn't appear to be a lot of parking over for 14 townhomes. We are not necessarily opposed to developing that property. It's not necessarily a very nice property now. But the main concern that we all have, and we have a lot of people in the neighborhood, is just the current plan, the current proposal of going through in and out of Marville Court, and the unknowns about what they're going to be doing with like the current pricing and the parking in the area. Because we can't really afford, we can't really put a lot of parking on Marville Court. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langston and Mr. Cox, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the things that I failed to mention earlier, when we were talking with the neighbors, they had concerns about construction traffic. We've committed to having construction access come off McKee Road. When we were looking at the site, thinking about whether we make a driveway connection to McKee or not, we felt that connecting to Marville without connecting to McKee would cut down on cut-through traffic. One of the other benefits is we're providing a turnaround, because right now I believe trash trucks would have to back all the way up the street to get out. And so with our development, they'll be able to turn around safely. We also, as I mentioned, like most projects, you have stormwater controls that'll match post-construction runoff to pre-construction. So that's not an issue there. In terms of building orientation, the existing homes that are on McKee face away from McKee with a buffer between them and the street. We're matching that building form. So, thank you.
And one last thing on the parking is each townhome will have a 2-car garage and a 2-car driveway, so 4 parking spaces per unit.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized for questions and comments.
Thank you. For the petitioner, follow up on the 2-car garage, 2 parking spaces. One of the things that I'm noticing in a number of new developments, you may have a 2-car garage. Unfortunately, since homes aren't built like they were in the old days where you actually use your attic for storage, a lot of people use their garage, so they don't necessarily park in the garage, or only one vehicle's in the garage. We're seeing where a number of vehicles are, average person has 3+ vehicles. So the parking will block the sidewalk, of which the city of Charlotte has an ordinance regarding not blocking the sidewalk. But I've attended a number of neighborhood meetings recently where that's been one of the challenges. Is this also big enough for on-street parking? Because we can have the sign saying no overnight on-street parking. Unfortunately, people still, it's either one or two things. They're parked on the street, or they're parked in the driveway, but at an angle where they're blocking the sidewalk. So if you have people jogging, walking, pedestrians needing access to it, they're having to go out into the street. So have y'all looked at addressing that or even considered it?
I don't know if you can pull up the site plan from the slide presentation. When we do these layouts for attached product like this, you see a lot of them, the very dense ones where they've got the 5-foot drive aprons. We try to make sure that we've got guest parking. In this case, because this is a less dense scenario, we made sure that we've got driveways so people can park on the lot. There's going to be 20 feet between the back of the sidewalk and the face of the garage, so the cars will fit and not overhang. With that driveway scenario, as you see, that doesn't leave room for extra guest parking, but we think we've accommodated it on the site for each unit.
So the
if there were drive aprons, the short ones, I think we would definitely need guest parking, but we've got it
So
accommodated.
the way you're calculating, because you made longer driveways, you can potentially see 2 or 4 cars in the driveway.
2 in the driveway, 2 in the garage.
So I'm never going to have a guest. That's what you're telling me. Because, I mean, that's the reality. If you have graduation, you have an event. While we're building new, we have the opportunity to think of it a little differently, thinking about not the what else, but the realities that we're seeing in community as is. So if you have the individuals that maybe one vehicle realistically is actually parked in the garage and not 2, and 1 is in the driveway, if you have a guest over, if you have a graduation, celebration, birthday, drop-in, whatever, that individual, 9 to 10 chances, is going to be on the street, or is there going to be accessible parking for them? Just things to think about based on what we're already seeing as we are continually to infill, thinking about the impact for the residents, because for the other residents, that are now having a zigzag for the mailman, for our sanitation workers when they're picking up their once a week. How are we maintaining this? And if there is a HOA, how long would it be, of which we can follow up with that, before it turns over? Because I have one neighborhood, the community is 4 years old, it still hasn't been completely turned over. The final paving of the road hasn't been done. So when we give these 5-7 year vested rights, the impact of that is for the residents who are, and I'm thinking mainly owner occupied, but for those who are living there, the impact of these things can create challenges. So just trying to think about the what else on the front end to try to avoid as many as possible. So I will gladly follow up. You can reach out to, you know how to find me. You can reach out to the staff. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Move to close.
Second.
Motion been made and properly second to close public hearing. Discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Close.
Opposed? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 27, rezoning petition 2023-060 by Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte region. Location is approximately 8.33 acres on the east and west sides of Caria Pond Lane, south of Hickory Grove Road, east of North Sharon Amity Road, in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. The current zoning is R17 MF, multifamily residential conditional. The proposed zoning is N2B, neighborhood 2B. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, petitioners will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This site is a little over 8 acres, located on the south side of Hickory Grove Road. The current zoning is R17 multifamily conditional, and they are proposing to go to N2B. Sorry, it says N1, but that's just a typo. It is to go to N2B. I will also note that R17 MF, when there isn't a conditional site plan, did automatically translate to N2B on June 1st. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation of neighborhood 2. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Bridget Gant, Laura Belcher, and Jennifer Morrell. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. I'm here on behalf of Habitat for Humanity. We've got Jennifer Morrell and Bob Glaskenkamp also with us. As staff mentioned, it's conventional rezoning, so we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Second.
And I wanted to have a question for you.
Motion made and probably second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 28, rezoning petition 2023-072 by Maracas Holdings LLC, located on approximately 17.99 acres on the north side of Greer Road East and the west side of East W.T. Harris Boulevard and the south side of District Drive east of Newell Hickory Grove Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A, neighborhood 1A, but the proposed zoning is N2B, neighborhood 2B. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and there are no speakers against. So, Ms. Grant and Liz Ward will have 3 minutes after staff's presentation.
Thank you. It's 17.99 acres on the north side of Greer Road, west of East W.T. Harris Boulevard, and south side of District Drive, and east of Newell Hickory Grove Road. The site is currently vacant. It's recommended for neighborhood 2 by the policy map. Staff recommends approval of the petition. It's consistent with the policy map. Take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. You have 3 minutes.
Again, Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. It is a pleasure to be here tonight on behalf of Maracas Holdings as well as Liz Ward with Give Impact. Again, given the nature of the conventional zoning, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Second. Ms. Johnson has a question before.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I realize this is a conventional zoning, and I'm looking at the school impact, and it says the impact on schools cannot be determined. So for conventional rezonings, we don't gather that information.
So the neighborhood 2 zoning classification would allow a determine what the exact impacts to the schools would be. So that's why we put the cannot be determined.
So one of the challenges of the city is the growth and the impact on the schools, and we talked about that earlier in the zoning meeting. So we are not measuring effectively the impact of all of this growth. So I realize that it can't be done at this stage in the process. Is there anything that we can do as a city to gather this information so that we are managing this growth responsibly, especially for our children in overcrowded, failing schools?
So we're working on some formula for our neighborhood 1s and neighborhood 2 districts. As y'all are aware, the old districts, R3, R4, R8, R17, we're all density based. We could do an easy calculation of how many units would be allowed across the acreage. So N2B, as Mr. Kinley had mentioned, does allow a range of uses from single family to multifamily. Also, they could allow retail uses. So it is a little bit more challenging from a conventional perspective on calculating the number of units. We are working on that formula, and we should have that hopefully in place here over the next month or so. I'd like to be able to give that information a little bit more accurately than we were able to do for this round, but that's just the nature of not having density-based zoning districts. We just have to understand that they could allow all single family. For neighborhood 1, for example, you could have all single family, you could have all triplex uses. So we just need to get comfortable. We are working with our partners in CMS to try to come up with some of those metrics as well that we can use for these conventional petitions, because we will see more of them, and we do need, as you mentioned, a better way to capture some of that.
Okay, thank you.
Been a motion to close the public hearing. It's been second. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none. That is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 29. Rezoning petition 2023-010 by the City of Charlotte, located on approximately .094 acres on the north side of Mineral Springs Road, west of Interstate 85 and south of University City Boulevard in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R12 multifamily residential conditional, and the proposed zoning is N1C neighborhood 1C. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so we'll have 3 minutes after.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2023-010 by the City of Charlotte. It's .094 acres at the end of Mineral Springs Road and Equipment Drive, currently zoned R12 MF conditional. Proposed zoning is for neighborhood 1C. As you mentioned, it is inconsistent with that neighborhood 2, but it would bring neighborhood 1 to just a small portion of this parcel. So we don't have any concerns about going down to that neighborhood 1 place type or the inconsistency. This would be for a City of Charlotte project, I believe infrastructure for Charlotte Water, and it's a conventional petition, so we don't have any site plan or any outstanding issues to communicate, but we'll take any questions that you may have for us.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Yeah, let's do it.
Properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, close the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Seeing none, move on to item number 30, rezoning petition 2023-075 by the City of Charlotte, located on approximately 4.33 acres on the south side of Reagan Drive and the west side of Tom Hunter Road, east of West Sugar Creek Road in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is CG, General Commercial, and N1B, Neighborhood 1B, and the proposed zoning is N2B, Neighborhood 2B. N2B, excuse me. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers in opposition. So after staff's presentation, staff will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. It's 2023-075, 4.3 acres, Tom Hunter Road, Reagan Drive, just on the south side of I-85, exit ramp and the highway itself. As mentioned, currently zoned commercial as well as neighborhood 1B. Proposed zoning is N2B, neighborhood 2B. You can see we do have that zoning district present across the road there. The adopted place type does recognize the existing zoning primarily and the existing use, does recommend a commercial place type here. We do feel that neighborhood 2 is also an appropriate place type classification. We do have that again present on the other side of Tom Hunter Road. This petition is, as mentioned, inconsistent. We do recommend approval of it. It does help support one of the goals of the Charlotte Corridors of Opportunity program by reducing number of motel rooms at the interchange of Sugar Creek and I-85. Proposed zoning would also help to increase some of the housing availability in the area. One thing I do want to clarify, we did have in the staff analysis about a neighborhood meeting not being held. It wasn't a requirement, although there were multiple community meetings for the Corridors program that did discuss this project, and they did have pretty good attendance at all of those. So just wanted to clarify that. We do have Ms. Monica Holmes here with us from our Corridors program if you have any questions specific. Thank you.
Ms. Holmes, do you want to speak second time?
Since there are no other speakers, unless you have questions, then I will forego a presentation.
Second.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm in as well. Thank you. Yeah. I just want to clarify. So this is changing the use. Is this a complement or necessary amendment to because of the hotel purchase by the city recently? Is that what this petition is for?
Yes. Currently, we have a request for proposals out for sale affordable housing for this property. The N2B will allow that to be developed as such. So it is aligning our goals with the zoning.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That was actually going to be my comment, that this will enable us to build multifamily, single-family attached homes, and as we're targeting for sale. So it is a part of the overall playbook initiative to take that next step from the motel purchase that we approved back in April. Motion to close.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is unanimous. We'll move on to item 31, rezoning petition 2023-093 by Charlotte Planning, Design, and Development. It's a text amendment. The text amendment proposes to make single-family and duplex dwellings legally constructed under the 01, 02, 03, B1, and B2 legacy zoning districts prior to June 1st, 2023, allowed uses with prescribed conditions in the CG and OFC zoning districts, and deem them legally conforming. These dwellings will be subject to the standards of the N1D zoning district, as well as other applicable provisions of the UDO, such as but not limited to those governing accessory structures. Without this text amendment, the UDO would make them non-conforming uses. Staff has identified a small number of existing neighborhoods where single-family and duplex dwellings have been legally constructed under the 01, 02, 03, B1, and B2 legacy zoning districts prior to the June 1st, 2023 effective date of the Unified Development Ordinance. These zoning districts translated to the CG General Commercial and OFC Office Flex Campus UDO zoning districts that do not allow residential uses and will make these dwellings non-conforming uses. We have no speakers against. So after staff's presentation, I have questions.
Certainly, we'll run through this quickly here for you. So again, why is the amendment needed? As you explained, we did have some single-family residences that were constructed prior to the UDO in our B1, B2 office districts as well. As of June 1st, 2023, those single-family uses aren't allowed in the districts that they translated to, that CG and OFC. So we had some single-family houses that were legally constructed that became now non-conforming uses, which could limit a property owner's ability to make changes to, such as expansions. It could create challenges in the sale or transfer of property. If you get a bank looking at it, may look at it and say it's a non-conforming use, and there may be some issues with that transaction. That was actually brought to us by a property owner that ran into that type of situation. So that kind of put it on our radar as one of those unintended consequences of zoning translation. So the proposed amendment would essentially say that any single-family homes that were and duplexes built before June 1st in those districts, those B1, B2, 01, 02 districts that translated to CG and OFC would be conforming uses. So essentially they would recognize them as permitted uses. It would not allow new residential uses to be built in those districts, just recognizing those that were existing before June 1st, 2023 as legally conforming. So you can see the text amendment red line. This is what the use table and matrix would look like in Chapter 15. You would see that under CG and OFC dwelling duplex, and dwelling single-family would be allowed under prescribed conditions, and those conditions would essentially be that they had to exist legally prior to June 1st, 2023. So this is one of those cleanup text amendments. This is also a bit of a stopgap cleanup amendment. The ultimate goal would be to recognize where those lots may be and identify them, and then through the process of potential alignment zonings down the road, we would take them to the actual neighborhood 1 or neighborhood 2 district, whichever is applicable to them in the surrounding lots. But this would be a temporary kind of stopgap amendment to help some of those property owners that would currently have a non-conforming property then become legally conforming and not have any issues with expansions or transfer of property. So again, one of those unintended consequences, but we feel that this does address it, and we do have some more long-term remedies for it, but this gives us kind of an immediate fix to that issue. So impact would be minor. There are a limited number of homes that have been built under this scenario and under those old business and office zoning districts, but we just want to make sure, again, that property owners are able to make those changes, such as adding or expanding onto their homes without any real issues. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Mr. Patton, I'm actually going to need you to go back to your slide, because I didn't receive this slide. So
okay.
You can go back to, yes, the houses.
This one?
To just show, so that I have a better understanding. Based on our new language, because this text amendment will protect the current homeowners if they were to sell or do an addition or expansion on their home.
That's correct.
But what this amendment also did was create the space where if the neighbor to the left of me or the neighbor to the right of me sells, and they sell to a developer, that developer can then build and box me in based off of the new language versus does this text amendment protect this entire neighborhood so that the new designation cannot be built on the left or the right of me?
That's a good question. I'm going to look over to UDO team to see if there's any clarification on that, because I understand what you're saying. If they're allowed under prescribed conditions in OFC and CG, what then happens if that house gets torn down and becomes, goes into permitting? I believe that they would then fall under just the OFC and CG district overall, and you wouldn't be able to construct it. But I would just turn over to Laura with the UDO team to clarify some of that. Thank you.
No problem. These homes were actually built in zoning districts, either office or commercial, that already allowed office or commercial and residential. We are just bringing that to the same level with this text amendment. So we're not making any change. We will be, though, as Dave said, with the alignment rezoning, going back in and changing these to a residential district. That'll be coming up in about a year and a half. But what we were really doing is just bringing them back to the baseline of where they were before the UDO. So the
So I'm going to
neighborhood.
ask the question differently because I don't think they gave me the answer that I was looking for. So for the picture of the example that I'm looking at for these homes, this text amendment protects these homes right now because the new language, the text amendment gives it a reset. So they are still considered residential, even though commercial could have been built in the area. But for right now, dealing with the way our city is growing and the number of changes to neighborhoods and neighborhood place types that we are seeing, if house to the left of me or to the right of me sells under this new language, does this text amendment protect to say, if my neighbor decides to demolish the home, that another home needs to be replaced with another single-family home? Or is it saying that it can now be commercial, which now will be bringing commercial directly next to residential?
This is not saying that the commercial can't be there, nor did the previous zoning before the UDO disallow the commercial. Now, typically there's going to be I know that in one of the neighborhoods that we looked into, there were deed restrictions that required everything to be residential. And I would assume for the newer subdivisions, and we've literally found 3 subdivisions and some miscellaneous parcels throughout our entire community. But with those recent subdivisions, that they would have the deed restrictions, which is what would be keeping them as residential. Our challenge was that they were required to be residential, but no one could add on to their homes or make those kind of changes because they were non-conforming uses. Now this will make them conforming uses consistent with their deed restrictions.
So I would ask for staff to consider, as you're looking at unintended consequences, strengthening the language to protect our current neighborhoods, because we are losing a number of our neighborhoods with development. So if we know that there's an opportunity on this front end to create language that potentially could say, if you remove residential, you need to replace it with residential. If you remove single family, it cannot be replaced for anything more than a duplex or a quadplex. You can't drop a multifamily right next door to a single family. We have seen on the ground the impact of that along Tuckasegee, Freedom, Berry Hill, West Boulevard, Camp Green. We've seen how that plays out all along 4th Street. Maybe we can consider, while we're making recommendations for text amendments that will actually protect neighborhood. And what does residential neighborhood look like versus once commercial and multifamily comes in, how close can that really be? And what does that do to change the character of that neighborhood?
We'll be glad to go back and
That would be helpful. Thank you
look
very
at
much.
if there's additional language.
I appreciate it.
In my understanding, if I'm if I'm correct, that when this text amendment, if this text amendment takes effect, the land use sticks if that parcel is sold. So it's not going to automatically revert to the surrounding OFC land use. Is still going to have that residential land use attached to it until if somebody decides to rezone it to something else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
We do every day.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. You mentioned a map of these areas. Do we have a copy of that map?
What I mentioned, and we can get you a copy, is we've identified 3 subdivisions since the late 1990s. We could get you the information on those 3 subdivisions. So we think that this is a very small number of parcels. We also know that there are a few miscellaneous parcels around town. Some have been brought to our attention. There may be others that we're not aware of, but we think this will be fixing a problem with them as well.
Do you have the names of those subdivisions?
I can tell you one off the top of my head, and we'll get the other 2 for you. Brianna Way.
And are any of these neighborhoods identified in vulnerable neighborhoods or vulnerable for displacement?
We'll have to look and see that. I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head, but we'd be glad to get you that follow-up information.
Thank you.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion been made and probably second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Yes.
We want opposition to close public hearing.
No, I'm sorry. I was
Unanimous. That opposition has been repealed. We'll move on to item number 32, rezoning petition 2022-068 by Barbara A. Freeman, located on approximately 2.03 acres on the northeast intersection of South Tryon Street and Wrights Ferry Road, west of Steel Creek Road in Council District 3, Miss Watlington's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and the proposed zoning is CAC 1, Community Activity Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, petition will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-068, 2 acres, Wrights Ferry Road, South Tryon Street, currently zoned Neighborhood 1A. And the proposed zoning is for Community Activity Center 1. The adopted place type is neighborhood 1. I do want to stay on the slide just for a moment. If we can kind of take a look at the community activity center, that's all north here on Target Lane, Wrights Crossing Drive. We also have that across South Tryon Street and on the other side here of this road. Essentially, this community activity center, as we're going through the community area planning process, we've talked with folks on our long-range team. The intended outcome of that community area planning process would be to square up the community activity center recommendation and place type with this corner. So this neighborhood 1 area would have that blue color that's you're seeing next to it and across the street. So this petition, looks like it's neighborhood 1 and it is. And then the CAC request is going to eventually be what is the intended outcome for this corner of South Tryon and Wrights Ferry. So again, it would just bring that community activity center over. This would be kind of an early jump into that. The rest of the mapping process would come through after community area planning is concluded sometime next year. But that is the intended outcome, is to bring that activity center recommendation squared up with the intersection here. So while the petition is currently inconsistent with that request long-term, it does line up with what the anticipated place type change would be through that process and through some of those conversations in community area planning. So with that, we do recommend approval. As mentioned, it's a conventional petition. We don't have any outstanding issues or site plan to discuss, and we'll be happy to take any questions that you may have following any information that Ms. Freeman would like to share with you all this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Freeman, you have 3 minutes.
My name's Barbara Freeman, and I'm the property owner for this petition, and I'm just here to answer questions for you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for staff and Ms. Freeman?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Close public hearing. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 33, rezoning petition 2022-115 by Urban Trends Real Estate Incorporated, located on approximately 1.84 acres on the south side of Tom Hunter Road, west of North Tryon Street, and east of Monteith Drive in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is N1B, Neighborhood 1B, and the proposed zoning is UR1 CD, Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We do not have any speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, Matt Langston will have 3 minutes.
All right, give me just a second to get caught up. I apologize. I had to log back into my computer. Okay, it is 1.84 acres on the south side of Tom Hunter Road, west of North Tryon Street and east of Monteith Drive. Site is currently developed with one single-family home. Its current zoning is N1A, and the proposed zoning is UR1 Urban Residential Conditional. The policy map does recommend Neighborhood 1 for this site. The proposal would allow up to 10 single-family detached dwelling units. A new private street would be constructed along the side of the property, providing frontage and access to those lots. It provides a 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along that private street, and dedicates right-of-way and fee simple to the City of Charlotte for along Tom Hunter, and provides architectural standards, including building materials for the units. The petition is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 1, and staff recommends approval of the petition, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Langston. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Chris Ogunrendi from Urban Trends wasn't able to be here tonight. We proposed a more dense site to start with, and in conversations with staff, we changed to this plan, which has single family and private street, and it fits in well with the site, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for going back and revising the site plan to fit more with the character of this neighborhood of single-family dwellings. I'm interested in any feedback or communication with the community. I see we only had 2 people attend the public meeting to occur. Have you been in conversation with some of the community residents associations in that area? Because this development will directly abut other single-family homes.
Right. Unfortunately, I was not at the neighborhood meeting. Chris and his colleagues handled that. I'll reach out to him and have him get up with you to confirm who he's spoken with in terms of community leaders.
That would be helpful. I just want to make sure that, and we all know the mystical nature of seeing that big blue Z come up in your neighborhood, right? Not everyone is fully scrubbed into what that means, but I just want to make sure that the community has an opportunity to engage and have a voice in what's going into this space. So I would appreciate that follow-up.
We'll follow up. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Motion to close, Mayor.
Motion made and properly second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. All in favor of close the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. We will move on to item number 34. Rezoning petition 2022-148 by Third and Urban LLC, located on approximately 15 acres on the south side of State Street, north of Tuckasegee Road and east of East Berry Hill Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is ML2 Manufacturing Logistics and Monroe Mixed Use Development District with an option, and the proposed zoning is IMU, Innovative Mixed Use. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, petition will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is approximately 15 acres on the block bounded by State Street, Gesco Street, Tuckasegee Road, and Berry Hill Road. So there's several parcels involved in the rezoning. Their current zoning is ML2, and then also MUD O, Mixed Use Development Optional. The proposed zoning is IMU, Innovative Mixed Use. The 2040 policy map recommends innovation mixed use place type for the site. So this petition is consistent with the 2040 policy map, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. This is in an area that has been redeveloped, kind of at the center of several neighborhoods. And what you'll know most of the site is this is the concrete plant. And there had been a lot of discussion as we've had infill around the site of are these new uses coming in compatible with the concrete site. So as you can see, is the bulk of this rezoning petition. So we're bringing this to a new zoning district led by, and this is a conventional petition, so I don't have a site plan, but I can generally tell you, Third and Urban has led a lot of the adaptive reuse of some of these old buildings. And so we think this will be better than the industrial zoning. It'll allow kind of some innovative uses in there. So this is near Councilmember Graham and Watlington's district. We've had a number of meetings with Councilmember Watlington to keep her in the loop. Happy to answer any questions.
Close. Second. This motion been made and properly second to close the public hearing and discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, that's unanimous. We'll move on to the second page. Item number 35, rezoning petition 2022-157 by Leon and Jennifer Chisholm, located on approximately 4.2 acres on the north side of Galloway Road, east of Mallard Creek Road, and west of Garrison Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A Neighborhood 1A, and proposed zoning is UR2 Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of requested technical revisions related to site design. There is opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, Matt Langston and Anthony Fox will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-157 is on Galloway Road. It's just over 4 acres, currently zoned to N1A. Proposed zoning is UR2CD. You can see we do have some UR2 adjacent across the street from this petition from a recent approval, I think sometime last year. Adopted place type is neighborhood 1 for the site. The proposal is for up to 28 single-family attached townhomes that would provide an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot wide sidewalk along the frontage on Galloway Road. Also a 15-foot Class C buffer with fence in the eastern and western side of the property. Is a commitment to a minimum of 10,500 square feet of usable common open space with amenities. Also commits to not having a dog park in the allowed open space or as an amenity on the site. Does provide guest spaces and also provides architectural standards, including things like building materials. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some technical revisions related to site design to continue to work through, but we do, again, recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following presentations by both the petitioner and the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anthony Fox and Matt Langston, you have 10 minutes combined.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee and staff, good evening. I'm happy to be before you tonight to talk about this important project. This project is generated by a couple that happens to live in the budding neighborhood there. This is on Galloway Road. I know you've got a lot of active rezonings occurring there. This is more of an infill development. I'm Anthony Fox with Parker Poe. I'll be joined by Matt Langston with Landworks Design Group, and I mentioned the property owners and developer for this project is a couple of Leon and Jennifer Chisholm. Now, this property and the site consists of 4.2 acres. It's currently zoned R2. It is currently used as a single-family residential property. We are asking for UR2CD, and the proposed use would be a townhome community. This is the site, and you can see there's an adjacent property owner that holds a substantial property, vacant, single-family use adjacent to us. I'll show you across the street from this site is a very important project that this board considered a year ago and decided to approve a similar use. That was rezoning petition 2021, that's 226. That is directly across the street from this site. That property consisted of a townhome community, an infill development, very similar to this development. On that property was 48 townhomes that was approved by this board on an 8-acre site, approximately 16 units per acre. The proposed development that we are here tonight for is substantially less. It's actually 28 units. It's actually, we've lost another unit on the 4.2 acre site. So it's about 14 DUA. Matt, do you want to talk through the site plan and orient the council to the site plan?
Thank you. So as you can see with the site, one of the things that we did was we pushed the tree save towards the back. There's a drainage channel that runs across the site and bisects, and we thought it was a perfect opportunity to not cross the creek and take development back that way. So what we're proposing in the back is tree save and some passive open space to support the community that we're designing. When we met with the neighbors, we had a really good turnout for the neighborhood meeting, had a good conversation. They had a lot of interest in fences along the property line. So, it was as big as you can get all the way around. So on 3 sides, we're going with like 6-foot fence and then 8-foot fence towards the back to help provide some screening that the neighbors requested. We've tried to, have the units where it supports a nice streetscape for Galloway Road, create sort of a central green space. And like I mentioned, there's a significant amount of open space and passive recreation in the back. We've got the site sort of breaks in 2 ways, and so we've got 2 small stormwater basins. And here to answer any questions you may have about the site.
Thank you, Matt. As I'll continue to point out with regards to this request, there are some design concepts, but I'll quickly go through those. But we actually not only held a required community meeting, but we actually held an informal community meeting that was well attended. About 20 residents from the neighborhood attended that. Then we had the required community meeting, and again, a fewer number attended that. We heard their concerns about the use of the open space in the rear of the property. We heard their concerns about it's abutting against the residential property and in need of fencing. We've addressed and committed to the fencing on 3 sides of the property, rear and 2 sides. We have agreed to restrict the use of the open space that's located at the rear of the property to not use what we originally thought would be a dog park. We heard the concerns about the neighbors that they were opposed to that, and therefore we removed that and conditioned the use to that it will not be a dog park located there. There was some issues about stormwater and drainage, and obviously we'll commit to meet city regulations with regards to sedimentation and erosion control, as well as stormwater and runoff, and we've committed to do that. So that's where we are, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to be here to address them.
Thank you very much. Arnold Lewis, you're present. You have 10 minutes to speak in opposition. Is Arnold Lewis here? Seeing as Arnold isn't here, are there any questions from council members?
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson.
We have an opposition. You have a speaker against.
Right here. No other speakers, right?
Yeah, I have no other speakers signed up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think we met about this petition? I
Yes, we
believe.
did.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what you feel, and I say this consistently, is the cumulative impact of all of the growth on Mallard Creek. You know, when we look at the school numbers, these numbers, if you go back all year, the entire year, these are probably the numbers that we've been using. So that's when you feel the opposition to development in this area, much of that is from the overall effect and the traffic and the stormwater impact and all of that the neighbors in this area feel. There are specific concerns because this is adjacent to the single-family development. So I would like to talk more about that, and hopefully we can come to a happy medium. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
Move to close.
Second.
So motion been made, probably second to close public hearing. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposition? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 36. Rezoning petition 2022-173 by Tryon 49 LLC, located on approximately 5.33 acres at the southwest intersection of South Tryon Street and Nevada Boulevard, east of General Drive, Council District 3, Miss Watlington's district. The current zoning is ML1, Manufacturing and Logistics 1, ML2, Manufacturing and Logistics 2, and the proposed zoning is I2CD, General Industrial Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions. There are no speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes if they wish.
Thank you. This site is a little over 5 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street. I will say that this corridor in general, if you want to show the next picture, you'll see that there are a number of industrial uses. This portion of South Tryon Street is really dominated by light to general industrial uses with some amount of commercial and office mixed in there. The current zoning of this site, it is split zone between Manufacturing and Logistics 1 and Manufacturing and Logistics 2. So the proposed zoning is to take this all under one district. It is consistent with the adopted place type, which is manufacturing logistics. As I mentioned, most of this area is industrial, so that matches the development that we already see there. The proposal itself, there is no site plan, but we do have a number of prohibited uses. This is really to limit the more noxious uses that you would associate with the I2 district, such as animal crematoriums, junkyards, landfills, so those are not allowed uses in this district. It is a consistent petition, and I will be happy to take any questions after the petitioner's PowerPoint.
Seeing as there is no petitioner signed up to speak, I'll move to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion been made and probably second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 37, rezoning petition 2022-191 by Red Cedar Capital Partners, located on approximately 4.86 acres on the east side of Plot Road, south of the plaza and north of Meadowcraft Court. in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and the proposed zoning is R8CD, Single Family Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and site and building design. After staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-191, 4.86 acres on Plot Road, currently zoned N1A. The proposed zoning is R8CD, and the adopted place type is Neighborhood 1. The proposal is for a maximum of 8 buildings, each with 4 attached townhome-style residential units, so essentially 8 quadruplexes, so a total of 32 units. Building height would be limited to 40 feet. It would connect Plot Road via a private street with an internal 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip. It also would install a 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along the frontage of Plot Road. Proposes usable porches and stoops as a predominant feature. Does limit maximum blank wall expanse to 15 feet on all building levels. Does minimize visual impacts of garage doors by recessing them minimum of 12 inches from the exterior wall. Also provides a 30-foot Class C buffer along the north, east, and south property lines. You can see that in that dark green around the exterior of the project. And also illustrates a tree save area, common open space, which would include a pocket park, as well as stormwater management areas. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have outstanding issues related to environment and site and building design to be addressed. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with that policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 1. The R8 district does translate to a Neighborhood 1 district, but the design itself with all quadruplex units would not be something that would be an outcome we would see in that Neighborhood 1 district, so that's why we do have that inconsistency, but overall R8 does translate to Neighborhood 1. Just the amount of quad units would not be something we would typically see under that N1D zoning district. So it does provide a variety of housing for this area, so staff didn't have any significant concerns. And again, we do support the petition with those issues being resolved, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Russell Ferguson, you have 3 minutes.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Zoning Committee. Russell Ferguson on behalf of the petitioner. I want to thank staff for working through us with this as we go through the change over from the UDO. And thank Dave for the presentation. I think it was pretty thorough, and I can kind of go through this. There's the overall site plan. There is sort of a topographical crest in the middle, which is why there are 2 stormwater improvement sections. We have gone a little bit beyond city code on the stormwater notes on this one, in an abundance of caution, and those are drawn kind of extra large to make sure there's room to accommodate those needs. Not because of a site-specific concern, but there hasn't historically been as much attention on this side of town with that. We are looking at some of the key components here. The goal of this project was to try to get the newer housing, which provides a variety of housing and a little more density than was there before, into the center of the site, using a road that does have appropriate planting strips and sidewalks all the way around on both sides, driveways and garages for each lot, and that allowed this project to come forward with so much green space on the outside between it and the existing neighborhoods, and notably, if we go to the back of it in the rear, a lot of the tree save and retention will be in the rear of the parcel. We also did a residential height limitation of 40 feet that's standard with old code residential limits, and some other design conditions. I think it's sort of very appropriate in context, and to that point, I'm the only speaker tonight. There's not someone here. We had 2 community meetings to go over that with neighbors, and these were actually really enjoyable community meetings for everyone, I think. They weren't easy on us, but we had good talks and left it with everyone feeling copacetic about what we were doing. Across the street is an institutional use already, and then the way Plot Road has developed over time has led to a variety of things that are similar in density, but don't provide the kind of variety and efficiency that the housing units we're proposing do. So we think it's kind of a win-win, and happy to be here before you, and hope we can gain your support next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion has been made, probably second, to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, that is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 38. Rezoning petition 2022-199 by Mission Properties, located on approximately 19.91 acres, located on the east side of North Tryon Street, east of Pavilion Boulevard, in the ETJ and County Commission District 3, Mr. Dunlap's district, closest to City Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and the proposed zoning is R12 MFCD, Multifamily Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. After staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. 2022-199, just under 20 acres on US 29 North Tryon Street, really just to the east of the Trevi Village mixed-use project and just short of the Cabarrus County line. Currently zoned N1A. Proposed zoning is R12 MFCD. You can see we do have that existing zoning just next door. As mentioned, to the east of the project, west of the project, you do see a CC district. That's the Trevi Village mixed-use project. We do have R17 also across the street. And just to the south, off the map, just to the south of that R12 MFCD, we do have some R8 MFCD that was recently approved. So seeing a continual increase in the types of projects here, and just the development pattern has been more trending towards multifamily along this major corridor. Policy map does recommend neighborhood 1. We do have some neighborhood 2 as well as commercial located just in the general area of this petition. The proposal itself is for up to 200 multifamily dwelling units, would limit building height to 40 feet, would commit to streetscape improvements along North Tryon, which would include a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip. Also would commit to a 50-foot Class C buffer adjacent to single-family zoned properties, and proposes a minimum of 12,000 square feet of amenitized areas and or open space. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through, but we will continue to work on those as this trends towards zoning committee, and we'll be happy to take any questions that you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Moving quickly, as Dave mentioned, this is almost to the Cabarrus County line. We've seen a good deal of development up in that area, and this is almost an infill project as there's a major mixed-use development, Trevi here, multifamily here, and then as we've gotten into this process, we have had conversations with the folks at the Speedway about their future development of maybe this 600 acres. So this is kind of fitting that in. What we've done with the site plan here, as Dave mentioned, it's surrounded. So this is our site. This is proposed multifamily zoned here. This is the Trevi development. There is a small piece that is of single-family homes that are across from us. So the way the team has laid out the site, if you see here, on 20 acres, almost 25%, this entire acreage here is about 5 acres, is being left undeveloped. And we've set that up so that here you have a single-family neighborhood. When they exit their neighborhood, they do not see development. This is a large piece of undeveloped land that will stay adjacent to them, as well as this parcel here. So we'll have connectivity out to the major thoroughfare lining up with the commercial across the street. Happy to take any questions. We are, Ms. Johnson, certainly aware of the school impacts in the area. It's something we're aware of. I don't have an answer on this to say, hey, we've got a school site here, but we're aware of it and working on some others in the area. Happy to take questions.
Ms. Johnson.
Have you heard from the community?
Interestingly, at the community meeting, we did not have, we had attendees, mostly were the commercial folks, because they're on the sides of us. And so they were interested on our connectivity to these developments. And the Trevi folks, I think they're trying to get their commercial off the ground, their retail going. So they wanted residents. We have not heard from the folks at the settlements. Community is a little bit further down, but we have not gotten any feedback from any single-family neighborhoods.
Okay. I'll connect with you because I would like you to make sure we reach out to the subdivisions. Thank you. Move to close.
Second. So motion is made and probably second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. We'll move on to item number 39, rezoning petition 2022-198 by Ardent Acquisitions LLC, located on approximately 2.73 acres along the east side of South Tryon Street, west of Nations Ford Road, and east of West Tyvola Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is N1B, Neighborhood 1B, and the proposed zone is UR2 CD, Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-198 is 2.73 acres on South Tryon Street, south of Nations Ford and north of Skipwith Place. It is currently zoned neighborhood 1B. The proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. You can see we have some neighborhood 2B also across the street. Adopted place type for this area is neighborhood 1. Again, you can see we do have some neighborhood 2 just located across off of Park Air Lane. The proposal is for 33 single-family attached units. Building height would be limited to 49 feet. Would propose a mix of rear-loaded and front-loaded dwelling units. Does limit the number of units per building to 4. Does establish a 14-foot setback from the existing or proposed curb of South Tryon Street. Also commits to some transportation improvements, which would include dedication of 61 feet of right-of-way from the center line of South Tryon. Also limits site access to right-in, right-out from South Tryon Street, and would implement an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along the site's frontage. Would also provide a Class C, 18-foot Class C buffer with a 6-foot wooden fence along the northeastern property boundary. Also commits to raising or lowering residential entrances within 15 feet of the multi-use path, and requires all corner end units facing a public or private street to have a porch or stoop, or limit blank wall expanses, and also limits freestanding lighting fixtures to 21 feet in height, and requires that they be fully capped, shielded, and downwardly directed. We also do have some guest parking incorporated into this site plan as well. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. Do have outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with that neighborhood one place type, but we do feel it is an appropriate infill opportunity. It's a remnant piece along South Tryon Street. And we do have some neighborhood two adjacencies across, and that's the kind of context of development pattern generally right now in that general area. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carmichael, Tyson Riley, and Matt Langston, you got 3 minutes. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner, Ardent Acquisitions. With me tonight are Tyson Riley of Ardent and Matt Langston of Landworks Design Group. As Mr. Patton stated, the site contains about 2.7 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street between Kingman Drive and Southwold Drive. Site's currently, that's the aerial of the site. You can see on the south side of South Tryon Street, just to the west of the Woodlawn Road I-77 interchange. The site is currently zoned N1B. The request is to rezone the site to the UR2 CD zoning district to accommodate up to 33 single-family attached townhome dwelling units. This is the rezoning site. The access into the site would be from South Tryon Street only, be a right-in, right-out movement. These single-family attached dwelling units that are adjacent to South Tryon Street would front South Tryon Street. Be an 8-foot plane strip and a 12-foot multi-use path located along the site's frontage on South Tryon Street. An 18-foot wide landscape area planned to the standards of a Class C buffer with a 6-foot wooden screen fence would be established along the exterior boundaries of the site. Architectural standards are a part of the petitioner's rezoning plan. Vinyl would not be a permitted exterior building material other than windows, soffits, doors, trim, and railings. Each unit would have a 2-car garage. There are a few outstanding issues which we will resolve this week. We appreciate the staff's recommendation of approval, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Question for our petitioner. Is there overflow parking in here?
There's some guest parking right here, council member, 4 guest parking spaces.
So for 33 units, we've identified 4 guests
That's
parking. It's a 2-car garage,
correct.
and the driveway is the length to hold 2 vehicles? Is the width to hold 2? Or is it single file?
So the garage could be a tandem garage, but the driveways would not accommodate parking, so you'd have to park in the garage.
So there's no parking in front of the unit. You can park in your garage.
Correct.
And there's only 4 parking spaces for 33 units.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Patton?
Yes.
So with the outstanding challenges that you have, help me understand staff's approval of 33 units with 4 parking spaces and only parking in the garage, mainly thinking about a older development that we have right near uptown on the backside of Panther Stadium. There's housing. The development was built with 50 units, with 52, 53 units, 50 parking spaces. It's been a nightmare for residents. We've had to have city staff out multiple times to try to address issues. Walk me through this.
So they've got required parking in their driveways and garages that meets the ordinance requirements. So when we get to that point, we can ask for more. They can accommodate whatever they feel they can on the site. So they are meeting the ordinance with parking on the site itself. The extra spaces were something we typically ask for. Sometimes we see them accommodated and sometimes we don't. We had a petition earlier that didn't have additional parking. So technically they meet the ordinance. The additional parking spaces are a bit of a bonus over that. We don't have a set number or threshold we ask for in those situations because, again, our only thing that we can require them to do is meet the ordinance requirements. The extra is at our request and at their discretion.
Which I do appreciate, but Assistant City Manager, if you can capture a note, when we're looking at, again, unintended consequences, and what our language says is by right now moving forward under a UR2, we can drive through communities today and see where developments have been approved just in the last year. We won't even need to go back 5 years, where you see the impact of not having enough parking for those who live in a home, and or again, it's as if we're developing as if no one's ever going to go visit their friends or family. If we're not going to identify parking accommodations. I appreciate the petitioner having the 4, but being realistic of who is going to be visiting. Because yes, this is in a great area. If this moves forward, we're getting access to public transportation, but more people drive in South End than what we really pay attention to and that we calculate. So somewhere in this language, whether it's an additional text amendment or update, it would be helpful if we're looking at real world impact. Follow up. The driveway, there is no driveway. You either park in your garage or you hope you wanted a few people to get those 4 parking spots.
That's correct.
What happens and what is the plan if you have 3 neighbors that are in proximity of each other that have guests and there's vehicles parked on the street?
Well, there's no on-street parking within the site, and you're not going to be able to park on South Tryon Street, so you'd have to figure that out. I don't know that they have a plan in place at this point for that.
That would be something I would like for you all to think about.
Okay. Now, just being honest with you. Yeah.
Right, and I appreciate that. But let's think about, it's great to build this, but unless you're actually going to be living there, for the residents who do buy in that might not think about this until they come home one day and the neighbor has a family member, whatever, somebody stay over and you see that first vehicle. Again, unfortunately, just within the last few months, I've had more than one conversation with the community on the impact of on-street parking in neighborhoods, whether there are no overnight parking, no parking on this side of the street signs. That is not being implemented. And CMPD, that is not our role. We don't have the bandwidth to be driving up and down each street to maintain this. So if we're building something new, let's just at least have a conversation of the what if.
Okay. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback off my colleague here. When we've talked about cumulative impact, here we go again, and infrastructure. So the developers are just bringing to this council what we've allowed. So it's up to us as a council to set policies. I mean, I think that's a great question. I would also, and he's, you know, I think your answer was just very honest and very candid. It really is up to us as a council. How are we going to protect our residents? So until we have better policies and we look at cumulative impact and we have parking requirements or whatever that would be, then this is the position that we're going to. If this petition's approved, you know, that this is what we're saying to the residents, that growth is more important to us as a council than figuring these things out. Cumulative impact, infrastructure, school overcrowding, all of that. I do have a question, maybe something we could do and I asked this about District 4, the Mallard Creek area, and I don't think I got an answer about the number of bus stops. If the bus stops have improved along with the units. And I asked that specifically about Mallard Creek because I was driving down the street. I saw one bus stop. And we know that we have this explosive growth. So maybe that's something on this petition that we could take a look at. I mean, you can't stay the night, so at least if there's a bus, you can get there and you can go home. So I don't know if that's an option to add a bus stop or if we're looking at the bus stops in that area. Okay. But I really hope if we want to become a less car-dependent city, that we are developing the policies that support that, and that would be additional bus stops at least.
Yeah, there is a stop, I think, on either side of Tryon, one either right at the corner of this project or almost in front of this project. So I'm not sure if there are any enhancements that are needed, but certainly we can encourage the petitioner to reach out to CATS to see if there's anything they can do to either right at the corner of this property or just on the property adjacent. So it's within probably 50 feet of where we're looking at right now.
Yeah, because this is one of those petitions, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Right? Thank you. Move to close.
Second.
I'll just say real quick, and the motion made and properly second, that I live down the street from this place, and there's nothing, parking is not going to fix anything that happens here. You're not going to change anything until you deal with the kind of intersections of Tryon, Yorkmont, Nations Ford, and Woodlawn. So I agree that's something that is a policy discussion, but I certainly don't believe land use is going to deal with that. That's something that if we want to tackle it, we're going to have to tackle it from a mobility standpoint, and we have to make investments and decisions in a mobility plan that allows people to move in different ways in every part of the city. And we haven't been able or willing to do that over the past few months. So that's something that we as a council have to figure out. There's been a motion that's been made and properly second. Any discussion? Here are none. All in favor of that petition, that motion, raise your hand. Any opposed, raise your hand. Seeing none, that's unanimous.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 40, rezoning petition 2022-200 by IPP2CCP LLC, located on approximately 12.403. That's much more than approximate, it feels like.
More or less, 403.
Might be 4.02, we don't know.
On the west side of IBM Drive, south of Balcom Road, and north of University City Boulevard in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R8MF CD, multifamily residential conditional. The proposed zoning is UR2 CD, urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment. After staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-200. It is 12.4 odd acres on IBM Drive, south of Balcom Road, north of University City Boulevard, currently zoned R8MF. Proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. Just looking at the adopted place type map, we'll stay on this slide for just a moment. You do have Community Activity Center across where there was a recent rezoning to help to infill some of that area with more of a mixed use and create a little bit more vibrant Community Activity Center. Also want to just note that the neighborhood one along Catalyst Boulevard, IBM Drive and Neal Road doesn't capture the actual existing entitlements for these projects. They're all are zoned R8MF conditional that have multifamily attached and multifamily dwelling units included with it. So neighborhood 2 is actually the more appropriate and conducive place type that matches with existing entitlements that are on the ground. So just wanted to point that out, as we noted is inconsistent. But again, that place type map doesn't reflect the entitlements that were done in 2020 and 2021 for this general area. This proposal would add to an existing entitlement, would allow up to 200 multifamily dwellings in 2 buildings. We can see that on the next slide here. The building height would be limited to 65 feet, would commit to an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along IBM Drive, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Catalyst Boulevard. Would commit to installing a CATS bus waiting pad on the frontage on IBM, does provide a minimum of 30,000 square feet of outdoor amenity areas located throughout the site. Also provides an enhanced vegetative landscape area with a minimum width of 10 feet along the eastern property line. Also provides a minimum 20-foot wide easement between Catalyst Boulevard, multi-use path, and Mecklenburg County property for a future trail. You can see that just on plan left. And then also provides architectural standards for the project itself. So this potential project, again, is really the initial entitlements didn't envision this much multifamily. It was more single-family attached. I believe there was some updates to the environmental features that were on the site that did open up some additional developable area. The petitioner can certainly get into that in their presentation, but that is why we're seeing a site plan amendment to this one. Again, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and environment to work through. The inconsistency, again, with Neighborhood 1, but the R8 MFCD actually is a Neighborhood 2 zoning district and place type along with all those properties to the south of Catalyst Boulevard. So not significantly concerned with that inconsistency from a staff perspective, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council members, Colin Brown on behalf of Petitioner Catalyst. They're behind me if you have questions for them. As Dave mentioned, here's the site, and as you were just talking about mobility other than vehicular, this is one of those sites that works. So the star is here. Obviously, you have major employment here. We have a complex of CMS schools here in easy walking distance to the site. Now that we have the flyover over 85, this is also a major retail center here. So we do have a site where you can actually walk to a lot of jobs, including the school jobs, close to the site. As Dave mentioned, and I know Councilmember Mayfield takes this to task for everything that's not consistent. This should be consistent. As Dave mentioned, the current zoning, it is already zoned for multifamily. This is the currently approved plan. We're just amending this end here, which already called for multifamily, already called for apartments. So the site plan, there's a change. Here's the approved plan. Here's our proposal. It is not a major change between the two. I think I've got a side-by-side. Here's what's currently approved. Here's our proposal. If you can see, we're really shifting away from some wetlands. We did have attendance at the community meeting here from adjacent property owners, really folks that live in these single-family homes. Frankly, I think they liked what we heard, what they heard, because here is the currently approved plan, which has development closer to them. This plan is more compact in multifamily buildings here. It opens up, preserves more of the open space here. As Dave mentioned also, there's a Mecklenburg County Park. We'd provide a greenway connection through the site to really link that up. So I think we actually had some follow-up conversations with the neighbors here. I think the two plans compared, they found this gives them more buffer, more separation, more green space. So they're appreciative of that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Question for the petitioner. So is there any connection to the current residential to the new project?
Yes.
I'm looking at the roads and I'm trying to see.
Let me try to get to the best map. This is the current project. So this is, I think, being called Catalyst Drive. So our properties would front on, so this is where the change is. These buildings just kind of reorient. And yes, there's a connection to the new development that this same team, Catalyst, is developing. So here are the townhome style, and then the multifamily here by IBM and by the employment campus.
But it's not just one in, one out, right?
No. There's multiple access points.
Okay. That's what I wanted to, so I was thinking this back access, that one's connected into the neighborhood, or it's just a shared street?
We do not connect to the folks behind us, the single family. Okay. There's a wetland there that protects this, but there's a lot of interconnectivity, and there's a new development going here that'll interconnect. They're building a kind of greenway trail that'll connect up to the school campus. We'll connect through this development to the park.
Thank you, sir. Move to close.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, this question is for city staff. There's a comment from Charlotte Water, and it says the proposed rezoning is in an area service that will be dependent on the completion of a public infrastructure project. and the water has determined to have limited sanitary sewer system capacity. Is there a plan in this area for the, to increase the infrastructure, or are there concerns about this project on the sewer system?
I don't believe there's concerns other than just to note that if they move forward to get this approved and they go into permitting, the timing and issuance of permits will be based on whether or not that public infrastructure project, Wayward and Innovation Park, is online and completed. So this wouldn't allow them to go through permitting unless those infrastructure boxes are checked and that project is either close to completion or fully completed, so they have capacity. So once that opens up, then they'll be able to move through permitting. But even if we entitled it and approved it next month, they wouldn't be able to get through that permitting process until that public infrastructure project was complete or they deemed to have enough capacity within their existing infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Move to close.
Second. This motion been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 41, rezoning petition 2022-202 by Sam's Mart, located on approximately 1.98 acres on the east side of Benfield Road, west of Prosperity Church Road, and south of Johnson Euler Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and the proposed zoning is CAC 1CD, Community Activity Center 1, conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use. We do have opposition to this petition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Fox will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-202, it is, 1.98 acres, and it is on Benfield Road, just west of Prosperity Church. It is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is Community Activity Center 1 with conditions. You can see on the place type map that this area is predominantly surrounded by Community Activity Center because this was an existing single-family home on a larger lot. When we went to the policy mapping process, that was captured primarily as Neighborhood 1 place type throughout the city, so that's why you see some of those pockets like the one we had earlier on 068 and like the one we're seeing here this evening where you've got existing single-family residential. This petition, should it be approved, would continue to bring that Community Activity Center squared up with Prosperity Church Road at the intersection and really kind of make it a little bit more aligned and conducive to having a true community activity center there, minus some of the, or with that change of that place type from Neighborhood 1. The proposal is really just for conditions and restrictions of uses, so there's no site plan. The goal of the petition is just to restrict uses, so certain uses that would be allowed in CAC by right would not be allowed should this rezoning be approved. It's my understanding that a lot of these conditions were derived from conversations with the community, so you can see the list that's on the screen here, and in your staff analyses, hotels and motels would be restricted, gas stations would be restricted, vehicle dealerships that are enclosed, place of worship, domestic violence center, et cetera. So you can see there's a list of things that were in the CAC 1 district that would not be permitted should this rezoning be approved on this site, and we feel that those are a good step forward to eliminate some of those additional uses that might create some concerns just because we still have that adjacent Neighborhood 1. But again, Community Activity Center is the predominant place type in this area. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to land use, mainly just some clarification, making sure that uses are listed in the same fashion that they are in the UDO use table. But again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following both petitioner and public presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. You have 10 minutes to tell us why Sam's Mart wants to restrict the use of gas stations.
An excellent start. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, the zoning committee, and staff, appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight on behalf of Sam's Mart to talk about their desire to rezone this property to a use that would not include a gas station because the neighborhood was opposed to a gas station at this location, but would take advantage of the uses that are currently shown in this area. This is the property that it contains 1.988 acres. It is actually 3 tracts of property that go to the corner of Prosperity Church Roads. Currently zoned R3, single family. We're proposing a Community Activity Center 1 CD, and the proposed anticipated use will be some type of restricted retail that will occur on that site. You can see the property highlighted in yellow on the presentation. I will point out to you that the property here across from it has undergone a recent rezoning and is also a mixed-use development that includes a multitude of uses, including a convenience store that's going to be situated in that area, as well as some retail uses that are going to go along there. This is your 2040 policy map, and I show this to point out to you, as Mr. Pettin has done, that this is the property here. It lies in the sea of blue, and the sea of blue is the community activity place type designation that your staff has indicated for this property. I would submit that the policy map got this wrong. It should have been within a blue designation as well, as it is a community activity center designation. In order to address some of the community concerns as we heard them, we decided to limit the particular uses that would go as a right under the CAC 1 use, to restrict those uses that we heard may be offensive or not in keeping with the development in that area. And that is, we would not use the property or develop the property consistent with this restriction for hotel, motel, vehicle dealership of any type, place of worship, domestic violence center, live performance center, restaurant. That includes a drive-through, a correctional facility, a vehicle repair facility, addiction treatment facility, alternative correction facility, domestic violence center, drug treatment center, halfway house, or homeless shelter. We did hold the required community meeting on June 9th at Stonebridge. I believe that's the name of the church that was there. No one attended that meeting. We have, again, met with some members of the community. I fielded calls with others as well, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Garrett Capuzzi, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Garrett Capuzzi. I lived on Colic Drive for 20 years. I've been a HOA board member for 5. I got to probably change things up a little bit just because I thought Sam's Martin's building a gas station there. That's what we all thought. But we're still not real sure. From what either said, I'm still not sure exactly what you're doing there. But if you look on the map, it's still a very close proximity of all the houses that are right there. Just to point out to everybody, I measured it with my own tape measure. It's only 75 feet from the front door to the property line. And that's it. That's the actual front door, not even my property line, to their fence. So that's a very close proximity for whatever they're planning on building there. There's 24 homes adjacent to that property. And like I said, I slept in that front bedroom for 15 years. You can hear everything from over there. So if anything commercial going there with a lot of activity, you can hear everything. You can actually hear people's conversations from that house right there. You can hear the lawnmower, dogs, everything. It wakes you up all the time. I grew up in a house with 5 kids. I lived in army barracks, fraternity houses, college dormitories, and I could sleep through anything. And you can just hear it. It just echoes right through there. So the sound is definitely a key, is an issue. Now imagine this nonstop traffic or whatever's going there. I mean, it's just a concern for everybody. I talked to everybody, the other board members, other members, everyone, all the other residences, everyone's very concerned about it. What exactly is going there? I'm still not even sure what you guys plan on doing it. Not to mention, there's large trees right there and a lot of vegetation that's adding a sound barrier. Is that going to stay there? Is it going to be more of a sound barrier? So we just need to just address exactly what we're going to do with this, because I'm not even sure myself yet. So definitely a gas station or anything like that, definitely out of question. So I'm just asking everybody just to show some empathy. You're building a commercial property literally 75 feet from people's front door. So that all needs to be considered. That's pretty much it. And one other thing too, I forgot, just talking to everybody, the other concerns people have is the property value, diminishing the property value, whatever goes there. And another uphill battle we have with as an HOA is Mallard Creek High School is right up the street, and teenagers constantly loiter in our area. So whoever goes there, that might add fuel to the fire. I mean, you talk to CMPD, we're constantly having to deal with that. Teenagers, smoking, whatever there. I mean, it's an uphill battle all the time. So anything you put there is probably going to add fuel to the fire too on that uphill battle that we're having. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Capuzzi. Mr. Fox, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his comments. We'll certainly be sensitive to those concerns. I'm willing to go out and meet with the HOA members if that will help in the future. And Councilmember Johnson, I'm always available to meet with you to discuss plans and options for this property. Keep in mind, though, that the purpose of this and why we've restricted is to take advantage of the CAC-1 zoning designation. But the focus of my client in this would be to look at retail uses that would go and will complement the neighborhood in this area, and in keeping with the CAC designations, would provide for the transitioning of properties to focus more on pedestrian-type uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Capuzzi, please.
Come down, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for your engagement. Which HOA are you a member of, the president or the
It's
president?
Prosperity Place and under Cedar Management.
Okay. All right. I'd like you to reach out to me. I'd like to have more discussion.
Okay, I'll stick around.
Okay. I'll make sure you get my information. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Council.
And then I have a question, I'm sorry, for the city staff. Thank you. No, city staff. And this is another one. It says, here we are, the conditional district allows a variety of use, therefore the impact on local schools could not be determined. And I understand that, especially if we're looking at commercial development. But we just heard from the resident about the school in the area. We know that Mallard Creek High School was in the news not so long ago. We know the overcrowding and just the issues with CMS. So I just ask that all of our development take that into consideration, the cumulative impact on the area. Yeah, I look forward to having more discussion. Mr. Fox, okay, thank you. Move to close.
Second. This motion has been made and probably second to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, that is unanimous to close the public hearing and move on to rezoning petition, agenda item number 42, rezoning petition 2022-209 by the Keith Corporation, located on approximately 1.62 acres on the east side of East Morehead Street, south of South McDowell Street, and west of Baxter Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. Current zoning is NC Neighborhood Center, and the proposed zoning is MUD OPED, mixed-use development optional with pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of an outstanding issue related to site and building design. After staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-209, it's 1.62 acres on Moorhead Street, East Moorhead, south of McDowell, west of Baxter, really on the back end of the Innovation District. This is currently zoned NC. And the proposed zoning is for mud optional with pedestrian overlay. The adopted place type does call for a community activity center in this area. This petition then would be generally consistent with that. Does propose up to 275,000 square feet of office uses and up to 15,000 square feet of retail, EDE, and personal service uses. Does commit to provide at least 8,000 square feet of retail, EDE, and personal service uses on the ground floor. Does prohibit automotive service stations, warehousing within an enclosed facility for self-storage, and also uses with accessory drive-through windows. The optional provision being requested is to allow a maximum building height of 225 feet. That would primarily be in the area of Area B, and that also is generally in alignment with what was approved for the Innovation Park for Atrium, where that building height and that building line of differentiation between 225 and 100 is the same for the parcels that were involved in that rezoning as well. So we do have some consistency with the overall heights between those projects. Does specify a maximum height of 100 feet for the first 115 feet off East Moorhead. That's that spot that says Area A. And then proposes additional standards for parking spaces. 20% of the parking spaces offered would be EV capable, 10% of the parking spaces will be EV ready, and 2% of those will have EV charging stations. Does commit to LEED Silver building standards. Access would be through a right-in, right-out on East Moorhead, and also via the future public-private street that's being constructed by others at the rear of the site. Also provides a 24-foot setback along East Moorhead Street and 16-foot setback at the rear of the site along that future public-private street. 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path would be provided along East Moorhead, and also architectural standards have been worked into the petition. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have one outstanding issue related to site and building design. We'll continue to work with the petitioner on. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation. We'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Ms. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting the Keith Corp. We will work with Dave to resolve the one remaining issue. Actually, there will be a condition added committing the petitioner committing to making a housing trust fund contribution of $150,000 as an additional public benefit. With me tonight, representing the petitioners, Jay Coleman, as well as Ryan Lewis, Jordan Rosenfeld, and Laura Reed with Kimberly Horn. Laura is the traffic engineer for the site, and then Ryan and Jordan are working on the civil site design aspects of the petition. As Dave mentioned, rezoning from NC to MUD optional to allow an office building with ground floor retail, consistent with the policy map recommendation of CAC2. The MUD district will translate to CAC2. If it's by right zoning, there is actually some CAC zoning already on the ground nearby. As Dave mentioned, this plan proposes the same height allowances as was approved for the Atrium Pearl District Innovative District, with 225 feet at the rear and 100 feet along the frontage of Moorhead Street. Dave covered this in terms of the allowed uses. We will be adding a condition regarding a 10-foot step back for buildings over 80 feet along Moorhead, something that was also consistent with the Atrium petition. Proposed office building would sit here, access off the front, off of Moorhead, as well as a new road at the rear. Ground plane of the site, 2 retail buildings, the core of the office, and then some images of what the building might look like. These are conceptual. This would be a building that would be designed in the future once a tenant is identified. Streetscape, as Dave mentioned, it's a 24-foot setback with an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path. Would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'd like to thank the petitioner for the conversations we've been having around this project in the way that it will fit into the innovation corridor, which is a part of District 1, and certainly all the new development around the Pearl. I also would like to say that I've had a lot of feedback from the Dilworth community around parking and commercial buildings and properties come up in the neighborhood, the parking is encroached upon within the actual outline of the neighborhood, and it makes it difficult for some neighbors and residents to find parking. So I am happy to see that we have some parking that's associated with the build, including increasing walkability of the neighborhood as well to take part in the new commercial aspect that will go into this. I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you interfaced with the Dilworth Neighborhood Association, the DCA, on this particular project?
We've had we had a specific meeting with DCDA, and then they've had some follow-up conversations with us about the petition, and they're aware of the conditions. They asked us to add that step-back provision that we had not originally included, so we were willing to do that, and they were acknowledged that we were following the same height restrictions that had already been approved along Moorhead, and we're appreciative of that.
Excellent. I just wanted to make sure that the DCA is involved and you have their stamp of approval.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Motion to close.
Second.
I have one question. Actually, it was around parking, that it is close to Innovation District, and there will be public parking and public parking structures available. Just wondering how that affects the use of the site. Are you relying on that for parking, or is that impacting, the allowed uses at all?
I would say in terms of parking, the site plans to park about 3 per 1,000 for the office, with some additional.
3 for what?
3 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
And then some additional parking for the retail uses, but retail restaurant uses. I don't think it's relying solely on the public parking that's part of the atrium petition. The development is looking to provide parking on site to meet the needs of the future tenants.
So can you tell, you said 3 per 1,000. How much parking is that?
Well, it depends on how large the building is. I don't have the number right off the top of my head, but it's 3.3 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
All right. 275,000 square feet of office use. It seems like a lot of parking.
Between 500 and 600 spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody do the math for me real quick. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there's been a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
That was voting.
Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none. We'll move on to item number 43. Rezoning petition 2022-212 by Chipotle Mexican Grill of Colorado, LLC, located on approximately .86 acres on the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Park Road and East Woodlawn Road, south of Drexel Place, Council District 1 of Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is B1 CD, neighborhood business conditional, and the proposed zoning is MUD CD, mixed use development conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of an outstanding issue related to transportation and requested technical revisions. After the staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This site is a little under an acre at the intersection of East Woodlawn Road and Park Road. It's surrounded by a number of commercial uses as well as multifamily residential, some single-family residential to the north and west there. So really a mix of uses in this area, which is also shown in the Community Activity Center place type. The current zoning is B1 conditional, which allowed for a gas station and convenience store, and they are proposing to go to mixed-use development district conditional. The place type, as I mentioned, is Community Activity Center, which is what we see for most of that Park Road corridor there, reflecting that mix of uses that we see existing and that we expect to see in the future. The proposal itself is for up to 3,000 square feet of retail, EDEE, and commercial uses, along with the walk-up window for ordering for those EDE uses. It prohibits a number of uses that wouldn't be in alignment with that Community Activity Center place type, such as car washes and drive-throughs and self-storage facilities. It provides a number of transportation provisions, including that it will commit to construct an ADA-compliant curb ramps and relocate the existing pedestrian signals. and reserve space for future bike lanes by locating the future bike curb 8 feet from the existing curb line along both frontages. It is consistent with that community activity center recommendation. There's one remaining outstanding issue related to transportation that the petitioner is working through with CDOT now, and just a couple of minor technical revisions that we expect to have wrapped up shortly. And I'll be happy to take any questions after the petitioner's PowerPoint.
Very much. Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of Chipotle. As Holly's covered, we're taking out a convenience store, gas station, and replacing it with a Chipotle. Although almost all of Chipotle's new prototypes include a drive-through, I hope you've noticed this one does not. So after consultation with staff and others in the community, they've opted to move forward with this prototype, bring the building to the corner, and have a walk-up window. So I think this is a great addition and hopefully move in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This will definitely be a better addition to the neighborhood than what was previously there. And so I'm glad that the use of this particular parcel will enhance and fit in with the overall aesthetic of that Park Road intersection there. And I live very close to this area, so I'm very familiar with it. Colin, in the petition, it mentions that there will be an expansion of that the east side turn onto Woodlawn. Do you have any detail around what that would look like for that traffic flow in that corner?
Here, I'll show you the design. Sorry, those are conceptual renderings. If you can look at here, this is the street frontage that we're improving, the access points here. We are still in discussion with CDOT on kind of the distance of these right-of-ways, but I think we're seeing a significant reduction in the amount of open kind of curb cut driveways in that area, coming down to 2. And then really, like I said, bringing this building to the corner and then enhancing there. And I'm happy to follow up and have you on with our design team to get you ready to see if you'd like.
Yep, let's follow up and have some conversations around there. That intersection can get particularly busy, as we have had discussions around the Chick-fil-A that's on the other side, that's diagonal to this particular location. So we'll just have some follow-up conversations, Colin. Thank you. Motion to close.
Second.
Glad to see the walk-up window and showing that different functions can exist and work.
I hate to give you this example, but I'm glad you're pleased. Thank you.
Absolutely. There's been a motion that's been made and properly second to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll close that and move on to item number 44, rezoning petition number 2022-214 by Liberty Senior Living, located on approximately 16.35 acres on the north of Sledge Road and east of Steel Creek Road in Council District 3, Miss Watlington's district. The current zoning is N1C, Neighborhood 1C, and proposed zoning is UR2CD, Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-214. It's just over 16 acres, 16.3 acres on Sledge Road, Steel Creek Road, zoned N1C. You can see we do have some UR2 just adjacent to this, as well as some MX2, MX3 as well. Those are all, the MX2 is a recent rezoning petition. The MX3 was rezoned a couple years back for a larger mixed-use project, mixed residential project. The UR2 component also contains, I believe, some age-restricted component that's complementary to this petition as well. So overall, the policy map does call for neighborhood 1. You can see a lot of that area is. We did have some petitions recently that have taken that since to neighborhood 2, particularly the petition just to the south. This proposal is for an age-restricted continuing care retirement community comprised of 26 duplex units and quadruplex units, those are on plan left. 100 skilled nursing beds, that would be the facility there in the middle. and then 70 assisted living beds that would be there at the corner of Sledge Road and Steel Creek Road. Would construct 2 public streets through the site, which would connect to the existing and proposed streets of the adjacent developments that we talked about earlier. Would also commit to following transportation improvements, which would include a westbound left turn lane with 150 feet of storage on Sledge Road at the westernmost vehicular access point, an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along both Sledge and Steel Creek Road. That one on Steel Creek Road is important because that would continue and complete that frontage from Sledge Road down along Steel Creek from a couple of other recent rezoning petitions, including one that was recently approved that had a county park component. So we would have good walking and pedestrian access to those additional uses just south of this site. And also a pedestrian crosswalk with pedestrian signals for Steel Creek Road at Sledge Road would provide access to a future greenway across Steel Creek Road. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 1. We do feel that it's an appropriate site for this type of use. And these transitions, we do have a lot of Neighborhood 2 type developments that have recently been approved that would actually update the map. And again, this one that was rezoned under 2019-128 does also allow 150 senior independent living units. So one of those uses that are always needed in the community, and staff, again, does recommend approval of this petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of Liberty Senior Living. With me tonight are Thad Moore of the petitioner and Philip Hobbs of Benish. Philip is the landscape architect. As Mr. Pettin stated, the site's a little over 16 acres, southwest corner of the intersection of Sledge Road and Steel Creek Road. This is an aerial of the site. The site is zoned N1A. The request is to go to UR2CD. I will come back and speak about this parcel here to the west that's currently zoned UR2CD. The purpose of the request is to accommodate a senior living community facility on the site. It will contain up to a maximum of 100 skilled nursing beds, up to 70 assisted living beds, and a maximum of 22 age-restricted independent living units located in quadruplexes and a duplex. Additionally, that parcel to the west that's zoned UR2CD, that zoning allows up to 150 independent living units on that site. That site's not part of this rezoning request, but if this rezoning request is approved, the petitioner would include that site in this senior living community. The adjacent parcel of land was rezoned back in 2020 to accommodate the age-restricted independent living building. So Liberty Healthcare is a family-owned company. It's been around for 145 years. They have facilities throughout the South, including Brightmoor, South Charlotte, and the Barclay at South Park, which are located in Charlotte. This is the site plan. Mr. Pettin did a great job of going through it. I will just briefly say that this is the assisted living building. It have 70 beds, be up to 3 stories in height. This is the skilled nursing building, up to 100 beds, 1 story in height. And then these are the 1-story quadruplex and duplex senior living cottages. And then this is the 150-unit independent living building that's already been approved, but would be part of this community. And there would be vehicular connection to that site as well as pedestrian connectivity. 2 new public streets would be built. The petitioner had the neighborhood meeting and also met with the Steel Creek Residents Association on at least 2 occasions, most recently on June the 13th. And the Steel Creek, this project was very well received by the Steel Creek Residents Association Land Use Committee. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks for your consideration.
Questions from council? Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
And as motion has been made, probably second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. And all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 46. I have rezoning petition 2022-219 by Scott Allred, located on approximately 13.02 acres on the south side of Albemarle Road, east of Manchester Lane, and west of Will Grove Mid Hill Road in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. Current zoning is CG General Commercial and N1A, Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is R8 MFCD Multifamily Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding outstanding issues and technical revisions relating to site and building design, transportation, and environment. After staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is 13.02 acres on the south side of Albemarle Road, east of Manchester Lane, west of Willgrove Mint Hill Road. The site is currently split zone CG along Albemarle Road and N1A. For the portion of the site to the rear, the proposed zoning is R8MF CD, multifamily residential conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. You can see on this aerial a little bit better the uses around the site, and we'll talk about that a little bit right now. So to the east are commercial uses that are, I guess, in that CG zoning along Albemarle, and then also I think there's some non-conforming commercial uses directly to the east where it says tree save area, and then to the west of the site is single-family detached homes. So this proposal would construct up to 60 single-family attached dwelling units. It provide vehicular access to those via shared driveways off of a new public street that would go through the site to the south. It constructs an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot sidewalk along the site's frontage of Albemarle, and proposes 30% open space to account in part for existing wetlands, stream buffers, and a pond that's depicted on the site. Provides the ordinance required buffers along the perimeter of the site adjacent to the single-family uses and zoning, and it commits to architectural standards for the buildings and limits the height of detached lighting. Staff has recommended approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map's recommendation for N1. However, the petition would provide some additional housing types to the area. It limits the total number of units to 60. That's a density of 4.6 units to acre, very similar to what's already out there in terms of single-family residential in the area. And we think that this provides a good transition between those commercial uses to the east and the residential to the west. And I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Nolan Gracci, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Nolan Gross with Urban Design Partners. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, and the Zoning Committee. I'm representing Precept Construction on rezoning petition 2022-219. As you can see, our subject site is just south of Albemarle Road, to the east of Manchester Lane, and north of Sunway Drive and Bark Ridge Road. Here you see an overview of our existing site. There's one single-family home on site. There's a large pond central to the site, as well as environmental features, be it swim buffers, post-construction buffers, and a 68-foot Duke Power easement on the eastern edge of the site's boundary. As staff mentioned, our site is recommended for the neighborhood 1 place type. However, it is surrounded by community activity center, as well as manufacturing and logistics to the northwest. Here you can see our rendered site plan. As staff mentioned, this proposes up to 60 townhomes or attached units. This correlates to 90 parking spaces. We've designed the site to utilize tree save, providing buffers to the existing single-family homes while maintaining an aesthetic charm surrounding the existing environmental features. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you very much. Any questions from?
Move to close.
Second, it's been a motion that's made and properly second to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 47, rezoning petition 2023-003 by Clark Allen, located on approximately 0.7 acres on the south side of Southside Drive, west of Old Pineville Road and east of South Tryon Street in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is ML2 Manufacturing and Logistics 2, and the proposed zoning is TODNC Transit Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. After the staff's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This parcel that's being rezoned is just a little under an acre along the south side of Southside Drive, west of Old Pineville and east of South Tryon Street. It's in an area where we're seeing a lot of TOD that's already been rezoned or continues to shift to TOD from the manufacturing and logistics districts there. The current zoning is ML2 and is proposing to go to TODNC, Transit Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. It is one of the few parcels, I'll say, along this swath of Southside Drive that remains an old manufacturing logistics or some type of industrial zoning district. Most of it has already shifted to TOD. The policy map calls for a community activity center, and TOD NC is consistent with that police type recommendation. Considering that it is consistent and it meets the 1 mile walking standard to both the Woodlawn Station and Scaly Park Station, staff has no issues with this petition, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's PowerPoint.
Thank you very much. Sarah Stewart, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and zoning committee. I would like to thank you for your time on this petition. I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of the petitioner and property owner Clark Allen. As this is a conventional rezoning, I'm available for any questions or issues you would like to ask tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion is made and properly seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 48, petition number 2023-004 by Lucky Dog Charlotte Properties LLC, located on approximately 0.96 acres at the southeast intersection of Thrift Road and J Street, north of Freedom Drive, Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is ML2, Manufacturing and Logistics 2. Pro zoning is MUD O, mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of requested technical revisions related to site design. After the staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This parcel is just under an acre along the intersection of Thrift Road and J Street, generally located in an area where we're seeing a lot of adaptive reuse of old industrial sites in District 2 that reflect that innovation mixed-use place type that we've put over a majority of this area. The existing zoning is ML2, Manufacturing and Logistics 2, and the proposed zoning is MUD O, Mixed-Use Development District Optional. That ML2 current zoning district really reflects that transition that I spoke of for the innovation mixed usage district, where you're oftentimes seeing some industrial uses or industrial zoned areas shift to something that's a little bit more flexible and speaks to the community's ongoing development. The adopted place type of innovation mixed use and the MUD O request for this petition is consistent with that place type. The proposal itself is to allow the existing uses on the site, which is for the Lucky Dog Bark and Brew facility, to continue. So the uses on the site will continue, but the optional provisions in this request would allow for a couple of items just to bring the site into conformity, such as a reduction to the total number of required parking spaces. It would allow the other optional provisions include allowing the existing parking and maneuvering to remain between the building and street frontages. And it also specifies that renovations to the existing building are not subject to MUD design and streetscape standards. That's presuming that the existing building would remain. However, any changes to the actual building footprint and envelope would trigger those MUD standards. Freestanding lighting fixtures would be limited to 30 feet in height, and access to the site would be as it is shown on the site plan and as it's shown at the existing site off of Thrift Road and J Street. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There's just a technical revision that we need to the site plan, otherwise it's in pretty good shape. It is consistent with that policy map recommendation, and I'll be happy to take any questions after Walter Field's presentation.
Thank you. Walter Fields, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem and the remainder of council and zoning committee, thank you very much. 3 things to say, and I'm sorry Ms. Mayfield is gone. This is consistent with the 2040 policy map. Secondly, it sort of fills in a hole in the donut. The map that Holly put up a while ago showed a lot of UMUD optional zoning in the area. All of that's happened just in the last couple of years as buildings have been converted, in some cases removed and put and replaced. So we're this last little piece of what was industrial zone land, now ML2. And in order for this to be able to stay there and survive, this rezoning brings it into conformance with that zoning pattern. And it also allows us to make some minor adjustments relative to normal parking requirements. I've already communicated with Holly that we'll make the change to the plan that she requested us to do, to state the number of spaces that would have been required, which is 35, and the number that we currently have on the site, which is 27. We probably have more than that, but we didn't want to overstate it. So that constitutes my presentation, and I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
To close.
Second.
Thank you very much.
There's been a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Just wanted to remind folks that are listening or watching, I know there are only 4 of us here, but the rules of council are if you are here to make quorum, your vote sticks. So even though folks aren't here, they are automatically counted as yes. As long as we have 2 people here to properly make a motion, we can continue to do business, just to let everybody else out there know that. So move on to item number 49, rezoning petition 2023-005 by Sustainable Resources Properties LLC, located on approximately 8.2 acres on the north side of Vance Davis Drive and the south side of Interstate 485 west of Old Statesville Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is OFC Office Flex Campus, and the proposed zoning is ML1 Manufacturing and Logistics 1. Staff recommends approval of this petition. After staff's presentation, Mr. Fields will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This area is just south of the Interstate 485 and north of Vance Davis Drive, just at 8.2 acres. It is generally located in an area where we see a lot of industrial uses, which is appropriate given its proximity to the interstate and relative distance from any sensitive uses such as single-family residential. The current zoning is Office Flex Campus, and it is proposing to go to Manufacturing and Logistics 1. This would reflect really what we see with the existing surrounding uses to the site that already are in the area. And again, just given the location along the interstate, we think that this is an appropriate request. The adopted place type for this area is manufacturing and logistics, so this petition would be consistent with the 2040 policy map. Staff recommends approval of this petition. It is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan, and I will take any questions after Walter Fields' presentation.
Mr. Fields.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council and Zoning Committee, this is a straight-up rezoning request. I actually rezoned the property next door to this a few years back, and we went ahead and filed this now because when we read the new ordinance, the new district that was going to be applied to this area seemed to create some issues with nonconformity, and so that's why we were asking for this to just be zoned to equivalent to the old I-1, and it's directly adjacent to properties that already have that same zoning. So I'll answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the council?
Move to close.
Second. Motion has
Thank you
been
very
made and
much.
properly second to close public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposition? Seeing none, that's unanimous. We'll move on to item 50, petition number 2023-006 by Old Pineville Investments LLC, located on approximately 4.09 acres on the west side of Old Pineville Road and south side of Schultz Road and the north side of Roundtree Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is ML2 Manufacturing and Logistics 2, and proposed zoning is TODCC Transit Oriented Development Community Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. After staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Okay. This is 4.09 acres off of Old Pineville Road. It is, if you go to the next slide, please. It is currently zoned ML2 Manufacturing Logistics. The proposed zoning is TODCC. That's similar zoning to what you see to the north and to the west and to the southwest. The 2040 policy map recommends innovation mixed use for the site. Staff recommends approval of the petition. That is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for innovation mixed use. And we'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh, assisting Old Pineville Investments. Happy to answer any questions.
Question from council? This motion has been made and properly seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, raise your hand. Seeing none, that's unanimous. So we will move on to item number 51, last but not least, petition rezoning petition 2023-007 by Laurel Oak Farm LLC, located on approximately 4.57 acres on the south side of Youngblood Road, east of McKee Road, and west of Buckthorn Ridge Lane in the ETJ in County Commission District 6, Ms. Rodriguez McDowell's district, and closest to City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A, and Mud O Mixed Use Development District optional. The proposed zoning is Mud O Mixed Use Development District optional and Mud O SPA Mixed Use Development District with a site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. After staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's 4.57 acres on the south side of Youngblood Road. The site is currently zoned N1A and Mud-O mixed-use development optional. I believe that Mud-O optional was for a pet services use. The proposed zoning is for mixed-use development optional and mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. The policy map recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. So if you're looking at the site plan, it permits the expansion of the existing pet services indoor-outdoor use from 6,000 square feet to 8,500 square feet of area with limited area for outdoor pet service uses. Limits the number of principal buildings to no more than 3. Outdoor pet services would be limited to fenced-in areas adjacent to the indoor pet services building. And the site plan applies a couple of optional provisions, one for allowing fenced outdoor pet services to be used for walking exercise that do not meet the 300-foot separation from residential, and allowing parking between the buildings and Youngblood Road. It does make some transportation and streetscape improvements as well. A westbound turn lane is to be provided with 100 feet of storage. It will dedicate some additional right-of-way and 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Youngblood Road. There'll be some new outdoor runs that will be enclosed with 8-foot sound walls, and maximum height of the building shall not exceed 40 feet, and lighting would be limited to 15 feet. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood 1. However, the petition is appropriate and compatible for the location that SIP provides and for an expansion of the established neighborhood scale service use with conditions that help integrate it into the surrounding residential context. It provides streetscape improvements, including sidewalk and planting strip and turn lanes to help mitigate traffic. Provides additional landscaping buffers along the property lines abutting adjacent residential development, and provides a cap to the gross floor area of development and sets a height for the limit. I'll take any questions.
Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Laurel Oak Farm LLC. With me tonight representing the petitioners Bill Hodges, and then also Vince Keene, who's with Yarborough, Williams, and Howe, and Houle, the civil engineers for the site. John's covered the location. The zoning on the site is mud optional and a little bit of an R3 or N1A. The Laurel Oak Farm was established in 2016 by a petition approved by the council. It was amended in 2020, and this will be the third time we're here before the council, and ultimately the last time for it to allow a little further expansion of the existing indoor pet center that's become a real amenity to this part of the Steel Creek community. We had a good community meeting, met with the residents of Montreux across Youngblood Road, and responded to their questions regarding how the noise from the dogs would be addressed. There will be, as John mentioned, a noise wall that will surround a new outdoor yard, and there are noise walls that have been constructed as part of the other yards that are on the site. This is the petition, the last two petitions that allowed the existing facility that's there now. It's been very successful, well received, and very busy, or all their space has been occupied, and that's the reason for the additional expansion. I did want to point out one thing. The Steel Creek residents, Steel Creek new volunteer fire department is actually going in next door. So the site is bracketed by a new fire station and an outdoor amenity area for the adjoining neighborhood. We will work with the staff to resolve the remaining outstanding issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very much.
Motion to close. Second.
Motion is made and properly seconded to close public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? As unanimous. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Good job, y'all.
The nose, no.